Chapter 261. Demon General Jing Yun easily defeated Lu Zhan. Ning Fan, on the other hand, killed Jing Yun with ease. Holding Jing Yun's storage pouch, Ning Fan glanced at it. 30 tufts of jade flame grass were now in his hands. In this case, I can start to refine the demon marshal's blood to increase my demon power and advance to the divine transformation realm. The entire Luoyun province was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Rumor had it that Ning Fan had single-handedly killed 3 divine transformation realm experts. However, Yao Yuan and the others who saw it with their own eyes had already returned to Qingbeimo. In the province, only Lu Tianming who had been beaten into a dead dog had witnessed Ning Fan's icy strength. However, the moment Jing Yun died, the Luoyun province burst into an uproar after a brief moment of silence. As for Lu Tianming, he was stunned by Ning Fan's ferocious qi when he was about to place a bet. He was sure that Ning Fan could defeat Jing Yun or even kill him. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan could still achieve an overwhelming victory against Jing Yun, who was so powerful. I must have been extremely lucky to be able to survive from his hands that day. This person dares to kill Lu Jifan in front of the fire general. He is too ruthless. He is not afraid of fighting to the death with the pure fire tribe. He does not care about the consequences of killing him. Lu Zhan, who was blinded, felt his blood boiling. The grievance he felt when he was injured by Jing Yun was swept away at this moment. It turned into astonishment and respect for Ning Fan. I will be the first to raise both of my hands in favor of this person becoming the 8th general of Luoyun. Well done. Well done. Moreover, this Liu Bei purposely blinded Jing Yun's eyes before killing him. He was taking revenge for me. I, Lu Zhan, owe you a favor. Lu Zhan laughed heartily. Blinding his eyes did not seem to hurt that much anymore. Lu Wan covered her mouth with her small hands. The two ladies were also amazed. They had been living with Ning Fan for a long time, but it was their first time witnessing his terrifying means with their own eyes. Liu Bei is actually so powerful. The green-robed demon concubine stroked her hair with her fingertips. Her expression changed for the first time. Liu Bei. This man was able to kill Jing Yun without any injury on his body. With such strength, there are less than 20 people in the second realm who can defeat him. Once he attains the divine transformation realm, I'm afraid he will be invincible below the demon sealers. However, he is not a true demon after all. Even if he can defeat Jing Yun, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Jin Kun. Even if he can, it will be a bitter battle. As for Li Ban. Can he defeat Li Ban? In the vast sky, Lu Jiefan's eyes were filled with rage. Demon General Jing Yun might not be the strongest, but he was one of his trusted subordinates. Now, he was killed by Ning Fan. How could he not be angry? However, Lu Daochen stood in front of him, blocking his way. Lu Jiefan's expression was gloomy, and he couldn't step onto the fire platform and interfere with the battle. Flame General, please calm down. Once the generals step onto the fire stage, their life and death will be up to the heavens. Since Jing Yun is dead, he can only blame himself for being too weak. Lu Daochen stood in front of Lu Jiefan and refused to budge. Humph. Life and death is up to the heavens. Good. Later, when this Liu Bei dies in the hands of the demon general of the upper world, you, Lu Daochen, can forget about saving him. Lu Jiefan's eyes flashed with coldness. Although he could not kill Ning Fan with his own hands, there were still 2 generals on the fire platform. One of them would definitely avenge Jing Yun. The jade flame grass was in his hands. Ning Fan raised his whip and pointed it at Li Ban with an indifferent expression. Are you the next one? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with arrogance, which made Li Ban burn with anger and hatred. Zhou Ming. I don't know how you managed to escape the death calamity of Great Jin. But today, I won't let you go. I must kill you. He took a step forward and was about to fight Ning Fan. However, he was stopped by Jin Kun. "Let me." The golden-armored demon general slowly stepped forward. His aura force became increasingly heavy. From Ning Fan's action of killing Jing Yun, Jin Kun realized that Ning Fan was a strong opponent. However, he still had the means to kill Ning Fan. "You won't be able to withstand a single spear attack from me. Is that so?" Ning Fan sneered. "You're courting death." Jin Kun's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and golden fur slowly grew out of his body, turning into a golden crow with sharp fangs. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Rays of sunlight from the clear sky were absorbed into his hand and turned into a dazzling golden spear. With a slap of his palm force, the giant spear turned into a ray of golden light and pierced towards Ning Fan's dantian. Demonic technique, parting sun spear. The power of this golden spear was like a scorching sun that nearly killed Lu Qing. This time, Jin Kun transformed into his demon form. The power of his spear was several times stronger than before. Facing this spear, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn for the first time. His palm was covered with gray flames and he slammed it on the golden spear. The scorching temperature was like the sun, causing his palm to be scorched. However, the injuries on his body were instantly healed under the self-recovery of his demon blood. He grabbed the tip of the spear with lightning speed and took 3 steps back to neutralize the power of the spear. His eyes turned grim. The reason why this spear was so powerful was because it borrowed sunlight to perform demonic techniques. Among demonic techniques of the same level, a demonic technique that could evolve sunlight was definitely a rare and powerful technique. In order to break this technique, one must first extract the true yang power of this technique. There is a sun in the Northern Ocean, its name is Een Melt. There is a thunder in the Northern Ocean, its name is Thunder Lament. Recalling the mysterious chant that Luo Yu passed on to him in the past, Ning Fan recited it in his mind. He felt that his palms that were covered with gray flames seemed to have produced traces of power that could melt sunlight. Jin Kun was greatly shocked. The temperature of this spear of sunlight was absolutely terrifying. At least, Jin Kun knew that if he uses his physical body to withstand this spear, he would certainly be burned into nothingness. Ever since Jin Kun comprehended this demonic technique, he had used this technique to kill his enemies countless times. Even if this technique was broken by some experts, ordinary golden body realm body refinement experts would not dare to face the sunlight head-on even after achieving their golden bodies. They could only use demonic techniques to resist it. Lu Qing, for example, attempted to receive the golden spear with his Jade Life realm physical body. The result was his arm being burned to ashes. However, Ning Fan received the spear with his bare hands. What kind of demonic flame was the gray flames on his palms? It was actually strong enough to resist the scorching heat of sunlight. Could it be a 6th-grade spiritual fire? Before he could figure it out, he saw Ning Fan slapping the golden spear and taking 3 steps back, stopping the momentum of the spear. It was as if Ning Fan had used some kind of secret technique to extract the power of sunlight from the golden spear. The power of sunlight that was extracted from Ning Fan's glabella slowly condensed into half an illusory star. This star had yet to fully condense and there was only half of it. However, it contained a type of divine ability called Een Melt technique. The first star was the star of an elemental attribute while the second star could be attached with divine abilities. After entering the secret realm of the broken world and devouring countless amounts of demon blood, Ning Fan's physical body had already reached the border of the second level of the Jade Life realm under the nourishment of the demon blood. After condensing half of the second divine star, the barrier of the body refinement realm was broken through, Een Melt. Using the power of extreme Een lightning to melt the sun. This is my second divine star. Even though it has yet to fully condense, this Een Melt power is the nemesis of all sunlight magic techniques. The gray flame on his palm disappeared and was replaced by traces of blood-red lightning. In just a few breaths' time, his body underwent a tremendous change. He broke through the barrier of the body refinement realm and advanced to the second level of the Jade Life realm. There was already a half-star on his glabella. Break! He clenched his fist and the golden spear shattered into pieces, turning into dazzling golden light. Ning Fan took a step forward and flapped his wings. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jin Kun and threw a punch at him. There was nothing fancy about this punch. All it had was a faint blood-red lightning. However, it was enough to make Jin Kun's expression change drastically. What kind of lightning is this? It seems to be specialized in breaking sunlight magic techniques. The power of this punch is definitely at the second level of the Jade Life realm. This punch is comparable to the attack of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. Jin Kun performed a series of hand seals. Golden light shone around his body and turned into a golden mastiff. It opened its golden mouth and tried to bite Ning Fan, who was coming towards him. Demonic technique, wood-breaking golden dog. A mastiff's head appeared. As he changed his hand seals, it split into 10 mastiffs. Each of them shone with dazzling golden light. However, all of the golden mastiffs were using the sunlight magic technique. Once they came into contact with the blood-red lightning, they shrieked and melted in a strange manner. They were assimilated into the power of the blood-red lightning. Extreme Yin Divine Lightning, Yin Fusion Sun. Not good. I can't block it anymore. Jin Kun's chest was hit. His armor and ribs were shattered. The power of this punch was covered with blood-red lightning. The power of the punch seemed to have turned into lightning, tearing apart Jin Kun's body. Puff. He was not injured even when the realm gate collapsed that day. Today, he coughed out blood because of Ning Fan's punch. Jin Kun was sent flying 1,000 zhang away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with madness. He was a dignified demon general of the upper world. How could he lose to an ant from the lower world? Burning blood. He had only condensed a drop of true spirit golden mastiff's blood. However, he ignited it in order to defeat Ning Fan. In the province, each of the demons sighed. They did not expect that Jin Kun, a member of the Golden Monkey clan, would be forced to the point where he had to ignite his blood to defend against Ning Fan's attack. After igniting his demon blood, Jin Kun's body seemed to have turned into dazzling sunlight. He took a step forward and immediately disappeared from his spot, leaving only a golden afterimage. The speed of the sunlight that was exchanged for his blood was definitely comparable to the speed of Ning Fan's demon wings. The moment his body disappeared, Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. Then, he sneered. The purple star in his left eye flashed. He saw through Jin Kun's attack pattern and retreated 9 steps. Every step he took gathered the power of heaven and earth on the tip of his feet. After 9 steps, he stomped on the fire platform and crushed it. At this moment, the head of a golden mastiff drilled out from under Ning Fan's feet. It was a sneak attack from underground. However, his sneak attack did not succeed. The power of 9 steps, the power of heaven and earth formed a sword, and the power of Ning Fan's second-level Jade Life realm stomped on Jin Kun's body. The power of this stomp was filled with sword chi. It even turned into countless blood-red lightning waves. The sky cracked and the cracks spread out in all directions with Ning Fan's feet as the epicenter. With just a single step, Jin Kun's demon body was crushed into a mist of blood. Even his demon soul was severely injured by that single step. The fire platform was reformed. Ning Fan stood on the fire platform and looked down at Jin Kun as if he was looking down at an ant. His disdainful gaze made Jin Kun's dignity suffer. He was enraged. However, his demon soul was trampled under Ning Fan's feet like a dead dog, rendering him unable to move. Jin Kun was enraged. Liu Bei. Liu Bei. How dare you hurt me? If you ascend to the heavenly demon world one day, my elders in the Golden Monkey clan will definitely kill you to vent my anger. I am a demon general of the upper world. If you dare to kill me, your 9 generations will be exterminated. I will give you a chance. Release my demon soul now and kneel down and count out 10,000 times. Then, you will voluntarily withdraw from the battle for the world map. Then, I will spare your life. Jin Kun was so arrogant. It was because Jin Kun was certain that Ning Fan would not dare to kill him. He was different from Jing Yun. Jing Yun was a demon general of the Pure Fire tribe. His background was only the Pure Fire tribe. However, Jin Kun's background was the True Spirit Golden Monkey clan. Killing one Golden Monkey clan was equivalent to killing 10,000 golden monkeys. He was certain that Ning Fan would not dare to touch him. While Jin Kun was speaking arrogantly, the killing intent in Ning Fan's eyes became stronger. However, he did not immediately stomp Jin Kun to death. Instead, he looked at Lu Jiefan with a cold smile. His voice was like thunder as he looked down at the Luo Yun province. Even though this demon, Jin Kun, is an upper demon and one of the Golden Mastiffs, he has offended my Luo Yun province and injured Lu Qing. How should he be punished? This question was like a hurricane that swept across the entire Luo Yun prefecture. How should Jin Kun be punished? Before this question, no one dared to hurt a demon general of the upper world, even if he humiliated a demon in the province. However, as Ning Fan destroyed the golden spear with his palm, broke the golden light with his fist and trampled on Jin Kun, his aura was like the sun in the middle of the sky. It ignited the blood of every demon in the Luo Yun province. It allowed the demons of the lower world who were used to being humble and submissive to vent their dissatisfaction. So what if he is a demon general of the upper world? What right does a demon general of the upper world have to be so high and mighty? According to the teachings of the demon ancestor, the men of the demon race should not respect the heavens and fear the earth. So what if he is a demon general of the upper world? General Bei, please kill this bastard to restore the prestige of our Luo Yun province and avenge the death of Lu Qing. Lu Qing, who had lost an arm, held his wound while glaring at Jin Kun who was trampled like a dead dog. He felt very pleased. Following his declaration, voices of agreement began to sound from the prefectures like a tide. Kill! 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 Lu Daochun's eyes narrowed and revealed a look of approval. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This Liu Bei is quite cautious. He knows that killing a demon general from the upper domain is a serious crime. Even though he has signed the life and death contract on the fire platform, he is still afraid that I will plot against him. Therefore, he ignited the anger of the Luo Yun demon clan to unite against a common enemy. Jing Yun blinded Lu Zhan's eyes, so this person blinded Jing Yun's eyes in return. When Jin Kun severed Lu Qing's arm, this person crushed Jin Kun's demon body. Destroying Jin Kun's demon body meant that he would become Jin Kun's mortal enemy. Based on Liu Bei's character of exterminating his enemies, he would definitely kill Jin Kun without leaving any future troubles. However, this person intentionally asked Lu Qing to spread the news so that the Luo Yun demon clan would unite against a common enemy. This person wants to share the crime of killing someone with the Luo Yun demon clan. This person is really cunning and cautious. The sounds of battle echoed throughout Luo Yun. At this moment, Ning Fan lowered his gaze and stared at Jin Kun coldly. The insolent Jin Kun felt a trace of killing intent from Ning Fan's eyes that was getting closer and closer. It was so cold that it made people tremble in fear. The fiendish aura was suffocating. Liu Bei wants to kill me. How can this be? How can this be? Unless he's a madman, how can he dare to kill me when he clearly knows that I'm a member of the Golden Monkey clan? Jin Kun was afraid. It was as if all of his background, reliance and the reason for his arrogance were nothing but a joke in front of Ning Fan. Madman! Madman! This man has never hesitated in killing people. General! General Liu! Let's talk this out. Jin Kun's demon soul trembled amidst the roars of battle. I have nothing to say to you. Die. With a single step, Jin Kun's demon soul was crushed. He opened his mouth and swallowed all of the blood mist and demon soul into his stomach. It's a pity. It's a pity that I didn't search this demon soul. Otherwise, I would be able to learn a lot of secrets about the upper world. However, under such circumstances, Ning Fan did not have the time to calm down and search his soul slowly. If I don't kill this demon soul decisively, once Lu Jiefan saves him, the chance to kill Jin Kun would be gone. The demon general of the upper world is dead. At the moment when Jin Kun died, the cheers in the province were like a tidal wave. General Bei is mighty. The demon race should not be restricted by their ranks in the first place. If they couldn't stand up to heaven and earth, they weren't fit to be a demon. The green-robed demon concubine stood amidst the cheers. Her expression became more and more strange. Spirit King. If it wasn't for the fact that His Majesty was ambushed and suffered severe injuries, perhaps he would still be this majestic in the heavenly demon world. He wouldn't have allowed the Dragon Clan to seize his power. After keeping Jin Kun's storage pouch, Ning Fan's eyes swept across the contents. Among the various items, there was a scroll that recorded a mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique, parting sun spear. The power of the sun spear wasn't weak. It was a good choice for Ning Fan, who didn't know any high-level demonic techniques. After all, not every enemy demon knew the Yin fusion chant. The second divine star on his glabella was half-formed. Divine ability, Yin fusion. His body-refining realm had broken through the bottleneck and reached the second level of Jade life. Ning Fan walked towards Li Ban step by step with murderous intent. As for Li Ban, he couldn't help but take half a step back. His heart was filled with waves of emotions. Is he really Zhou Ming? That weak harmonious spirit ant already has such terrifying strength. Li Ban didn't notice that his palms were covered in cold sweat. His pride wouldn't allow him to be afraid of an ant from the lower world, but his body couldn't help but feel fear. I will lose, if I'm not Zhou Ming's opponent, I will be killed by him. If that's the case, don't blame me for being despicable. Demon companions, get into formation. Li Ban's eyes were filled with ferocity. He patted the demonic storage pouch and several demonic shadows appeared on the fire platform, surrounding Ning Fan. Hundreds of demonic shadows all had nascent soul chi. However, these demonic shadows all had the bodies of beasts. They weren't human companions but beast companions. This Li Ban actually has so many demon companions. Lu Daochun's eyes were filled with shock. It was already considered extraordinary for an ordinary demon general to have dozens of demon companions. Demon companions were the servants that the clan arranged for them. The fact that Li Ban had so many demon companions was enough to show how highly regarded he was in the clan of the upper world. Lu Daochun even heard that there were 10 demon generals from the upper world who came to the second world this time. The one with the highest cultivation base was late spirit severing realm Wang Shao. However, among the 10 demon generals, the one who was the most highly regarded by the clan was Li Ban. However, this person had already summoned hundreds of nascent soul realm demon companions before fighting Ning Fan. It was not only showing weakness but also despicable. This demon's identity is extraordinary. I wonder if Liu Bei dares to kill this person like how he killed Jin Kun. If he doesn't even have such ruthlessness, I'm afraid he won't even have the qualifications to stand on the star of the Heavenly Emperor to save General Liu. Outside the Heavenly Palace, Feng Nu and Chan Nu felt bitter in their hearts. Demon General Li Ban is still as heartless as ever. He didn't feel any heartache when he sent hundreds of nascent soul realm demon companions to their deaths. Perhaps, this person has already forgotten that he once had 2 demon companions. One was the demon of Camellia and the other was Feng Xinzi. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. He had more than 1,000 gold core realm and harmonious spirit realm cauldrons in his cauldron ring, but he had never sent them to their deaths. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan, perhaps the two of them would have already become Li Ban's stepping stones and died in some battlefield. Master, don't lose. The two ladies closed their eyes and prayed for Ning Fan to win and kill Li Ban. They knew Li Ban's character very well. This person would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If they don't kill him, there would be endless troubles in the future. On the fire platform, Ning Fan coldly stared at the hundreds of nascent soul realm demonic beasts. He passed through the demon tide as if there was no one there. Any demonic beasts that roared and bared their fangs were easily killed by him with a single palm strike. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps, 9 steps. The 9 steps of heaven treading 9 steps formed into a sword and slashed with great momentum. A circle of sword momentum rose around Ning Fan's body. The circle gradually expanded, and all the demonic beasts that were sucked into the circle were crushed into a mist of blood and lost their lives. The strongest sword of the 4 nascent swords was the heart-drawing sword. The 9 steps of heaven treading 9 steps was supposed to be the weakest sword technique. However, this sword technique was Ning Fan's only self-created sword technique. As he displayed it again and again, it became more and more perfect. The moment the sword momentum formed a circle, there seemed to be a mysterious sword intent that rose in Ning Fan's heart. It was indescribable and inexplicable. He was unable to comprehend it in a short period of time. However, once he comprehended it and broke through to the divine transformation realm, he would be considered a divine transformation realm sword cultivator who had comprehended the true sword intent. The heavenly Tao is round. This sword momentum that had already turned into a circle seemed to contain the great Tao within it. Destroy. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The center of the circle expanded to 1,000 li. Hundreds of demonic beasts were frozen like statues. In the next moment, they turned into minced meat and died. A vicious aura filled the air. Li Ban, what other tricks do you have? If you don't use them now, you won't have another chance, Zhou Ming. Don't be so arrogant. He was merely a nascent soul realm demon companion, so what if he was killed? You don't know that I deliberately allowed you to kill these hundreds of demon companions. With these blood sacrifices, I can pay the price of summoning the desolate beast. Li Ban patted the demon collecting pouch on his waist, and 2 ferocious wild beast auras slowly condensed in the blood mist. The first was the blood dragon demon soul. The second was the black dragon demon soul. The twin dragons were desolate beasts. The 2 demon souls were madly devouring the blood mist to form their demon bodies. A moment later, they condensed into a half-real, half-illusory dragon silhouette. The blood dragon stared at Ning Fan coldly with disdain. As for the black dragon, it looked at Li Ban greedily with a charming smile. Big brother Li Ban, I'm Heya. Greetings. Tell me, I'll kill whoever you want me to kill. However, this. Hee. After returning to the heavenly demon world, can Big Brother put in a good word for me in front of Marshal Long? When will I be released after completing my sentence and return to the dragon race? Kill this person. I'll put in a good word for you. Alright. This person is just a nascent soul realm little demon. He's just a dish to go with wine. The black dragon silhouette flashed and soared into the sky, looking down at Ning Fan from above. The aura of a mid-divine transformation realm wild beast was revealed. This was a real wild beast that possessed the bloodline of the immemorial dragon race. Lu Daochen's eyes were filled with shock. This Li Ban's identity is definitely not simple. He was actually given 2 Sin Dragon souls to protect him. This person's background in the true spirit dragon race is probably quite powerful. His eyes inadvertently flashed with a hint of worry. Lu Daochen did not expect Li Ban to have such a background. He had 2 wild beasts as his subordinates and one of them was even a mid-divine transformation realm dragon. In this case, Ning Fan was definitely not Li Ban's match. He would most likely die. This young man is my last hope to fulfill General Lu's last wish. I can't. I can't let this young man die. Liu Bei. I admit defeat in this battle. Quickly leave the fire platform. Lu Daochun's words startled Ning Fan. Even though he could not see through Lu Daochun's intention from the beginning, how could he not see through it now? Lu Daochun was actually protecting him. This time, it was Lu Daochun's turn to save Ning Fan. However, how could Lu Jiefan let Lu Daochun do as he wishes? He. The life and death of a battle on the fire platform is up to the heavens. Lu Daochun, are you trying to destroy the fairness of the battle? Fairness? It's 3 against 1. How can it be fair? Who says that we can't use beasts to help us on the fire platform? Lu Jiefan sneered. He could not wait to see Ning Fan being torn into pieces by Li Ban and the 2 dragons. Lu Wan'er's eyes were filled with fear. In her opinion, no matter how strong Ning Fan was, he was probably not a match for 3 Divine Transformation Realm experts. Moreover, there was a mid-Divine Transformation Realm Black Dragon wild beast among them. Sister Demon Concubine, you're the only one who can save Liu Bei now. As long as you save him, I will. I will join the Spirit King Palace and become your servant. The green-robed demon concubine did not know whether to laugh or cry. Join the Spirit King Palace. Become a servant. This Sister Wan'er is really an honest and foolish girl. Many people fail to join the Spirit King Palace despite paying a huge price. She, on the other hand, joined the Spirit King Palace and became the demon concubine who was taking advantage of her. However, her determination to sacrifice everything for Ning Fan made the demon concubine feel a trace of longing. Is he worth your sacrifice? With your looks, if the Spirit King takes a liking to you and takes you into his palace, becoming the demon concubine, you will no longer have any mortal connection with Liu Bei. Won't you regret your sacrifice? What? I want to become the demon concubine. Lu Wan'er bit her lips. Of course, she did not know that her sister demon concubine was just teasing her. If I can save his life. Even. I'm willing, silly girl. I have no relatives or friends in this place of slumber. I only have you. You can be considered as my sister. How can I watch your lover throw his life away even if he is a member of a different race? The green-robed demon concubine sighed and was about to save him. However, just as she took half a step forward, she stopped abruptly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. On the fire platform, Ning Fan was looking at the Black Dragon, Blood Dragon and Li Ban who was grinning ferociously. His expression was filled with disdain. Interesting. I didn't know that we can ask for help in the battle between generals. You, Li Ban, aren't the only one who has spirit-severing realm help. He shook the cauldron ring and the Yuanyao jade. The female corpse and the stone warrior appeared on the fire platform. Their terrifying spirit-severing realm chi. Among them, the stone warrior was a puppet whose chi was not weaker than Li Ban's. The female corpse was a corpse devil. Under Ning Fan's instruction, she released the chi of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. All of a sudden, Li Ban's cold smile froze and his expression changed drastically. A mid-divine transformation realm refined corpse. An early divine transformation realm puppet. Impossible. You're just an ant from the mortal world. How could you have such a powerful foundation? The situation was reversed. Chapter 262. Stone Warrior's heart was in turmoil. Being summoned to the fire platform out of nowhere and facing 2 wild beasts and a great demon general, even Stone Warrior who was born to fight felt his heart heavy. He did not know why Ning Fan would confront such an opponent. He only knew that his opponent's eyes were filled with killing intent. If he did not fight today, he would definitely not have a good ending. Stone Warrior, I'll leave the Blood Dragon to you. Wei Yang, you deal with the Black Dragon. I'll lend you this sword. As if he was worried about Wei-Yang's safety, he touched his glabella and took out a starlight sword shadow and passed it to the female corpse. The female corpse nodded obediently. She did not resist his order at all. Sensing that a mere black dragon dared to show killing intent to Ning Fan, the female corpse's pride as the daughter of a heavenly emperor turned into a dark green devil light in her eyes. How dare you? As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. She held a sword in one hand and a needle in the other. She bent her finger and the needle turned into a ray of cold light, piercing towards the black dragon. The black dragon's arrogant expression changed drastically. Sword of Spirit Seal. Immortal Soul Ice Needle of the Ancient Heavenly Court. Caught off guard, the black dragon's shadow flashed, but the cold light still pierced into his body. It pierced through his immortal meridians and pressed toward the demon core. The female corpse turned into a dark green shadow, took a step forward, and appeared next to the black dragon. After suppressing the sneak attack of the immortal needle, the black dragon's eyes flashed with ferocious light and clawed at the female corpse's chest. That claw could severely injure an early spirit-severing realm expert. However, when it arrived in front of the female corpse, she merely raised her hand. The female corpse's fingernails grew longer and turned into claws. She clashed with the black dragon's claw. Under the tremendous force, the female corpse did not take a step back while the black dragon suffered serious internal injuries. The female corpse tore the black dragon apart with her claw. However, the dragon claw that was torn off condensed into a black shadow after a while as if it was immune to physical injuries. The black dragon gritted his teeth and endured the bone-piercing pain. His demon eyes were filled with astonishment. The refined corpse in front of him had the strength of a mid-spirit-severing realm expert while the defense of her physical body was comparable to a late spirit-severing realm expert. The sharpness of her claw was probably comparable to ordinary spiritual treasures. Without waiting for the black dragon to retreat, the female corpse raised her hand again and slashed off the black dragon's other claw. The black dragon let out a blood-curdling screech. In just one move, the black dragon wild beast, a mid-stage soul formation realm beast, was severely injured by the female corpse. Especially that starlight sword shadow. The black dragon could see that the sword was a spirit seal treasure, but he didn't see that the sword was inscribed with more than 7,000 sharpness spirit seals. It was incomparably sharp. This sharpness was enough to shred his half-solidified demon body under the blood mist. Moreover, the most unexpected thing was that the other half of the illusory demon soul was actually injured by this sword as well. One must know that the black dragon was a sinful dragon, and only its demonic soul was left. However, this demonic soul was nourished by the true spirit dragon's blood, and only immemorial divine weapons could seriously injure it. This sword was undoubtedly a weapon forged by the ancient star system. At the incision, invisible flames began to burn the black dragon's demonic soul. That divine ability was the spirit augmentation divine ability. Soul burning. If light is injured, then death. The female corpse's ferocious gaze was revealed. She immediately suppressed the black dragon's attack. In just a few moments, the black dragon was in imminent danger. The blood dragon's heart trembled. He was stunned by the female corpse's ferocious aura force. It was as if the female corpse's claw was not the black dragon's but her own claw. Before the blood dragon could attack Ning Fan, the stone warrior took a step forward and turned into a mountain giant. With a single step, he stepped towards the blood dragon's demonic soul. With the strength of a single step, the blood dragon's demonic soul shattered into blood light. Then, it condensed again and its eyes were filled with anger. Puppet of the lower realm. How dare you injure the dragon soul of the upper realm? You're courting death. Lower realm. Who told you that I'm a puppet of the lower realm? I've killed a few real wild beasts of the blood dragon clan in the realm war. You're not my match. Gue technique, 7 kills. 7 blood stars appeared in the sky and 7 rays of blood light descended. Under the blood light, the blood dragon's expression changed greatly. He could not help but dodge in the blood light. This Kuei technique had a natural restraining effect on the blood race. This dragon was a sinful dragon of the Blood Dragon clan. He had attached himself to the Lightning Dragon clan. In the eyes of the Stone Warrior, a mere remnant of the Blood Dragon was not worth mentioning. Li Ban was shocked. In order to secure the victory, he summoned the Black Dragon and the Blood Dragon. Unexpectedly, the 2 wild beasts were suppressed by the refined corpse and puppet that Ning Fan summoned. They did not even have the strength to fight back. What kind of puppet is this? It's so powerful. It's definitely not something that can be found in the lower realm. What kind of refined corpse is this? It's able to fight against a mid-spirit severing wild beast unscathed. It even tore off the dragon's arm and cut off the dragon's claw with its sword. However, Li Ban did not have that much time to think about the uniqueness of refined corpses and puppets. It was because Ning Fan was already walking towards him with surging killing intent. Every step he took revealed the aura of a late spirit severing realm expert, causing Li Ban's breathing to stagnate. Every step he took activated the might of his royal blood, causing Li Ban's dragon blood to burn. Both of his knees seemed to have the urge to kneel down and submit to Ning Fan. I'm the descendant of the Lightning Dragon. How can I submit to you? Demonic technique, Blood Sea. As Li Ban formed a hand seal with his fingers, the blood mist of countless demon companions that had died in the thousandly fire platform were absorbed into his body. His red hair fluttered in the wind. His blood scales became even darker. His body was surrounded by a blood light of hostility. Demonic technique, Blood Sea. That day, Li Ban used this technique to massacre the entire Jiangzhou city and almost killed Ning Fan. As Li Ban pointed his finger, the blood light turned into countless light rain and fell from the sky. There was even a lot of blood rain that fell on Luoyun Prefecture. Any demon that came into contact with the blood rain, even a late nascent soul realm expert would die. The power of this blood rain was even stronger than that day. It seemed like Li Ban's demonic power had improved a lot compared to that day. However, before the blood rain could melt the defense of Ning Fan's physical body, it was stopped by Ning Fan's glare. He suddenly raised his head. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes were like that of an emperor. Blood rain. Ridiculous. Did I allow you to reign? Get lost. As Ning Fan shouted, all the magic techniques that were in the form of blood rain seemed to be afraid and did not dare to fall anymore. Under the gaze of Ning Fan's rain intent, all of them danced in the air in defiance of the heavens and disappeared without a trace. Divine intent of rain. Your understanding of this divine intent has almost reached the level of intent manifestation technique. Li Ban's expression changed drastically. A mere nascent soul realm ant in front of him had already comprehended the void spirit intent and had even comprehended the divine intent to the level of intent manifestation technique. With just a thought, he could make the rain fall. With just a look, he could make the rain roll in the sky. This technique was broken by itself. Ning Fan did not even need to move his hand. In the past, when facing this technique, Ning Fan could only rely on trickery and persevere. Now, he was so strong that he could break this technique with just a look and a thought. Intent manifestation technique. Li Ban had comprehended the blood carp demonic intent but not the lightning dragon demonic intent. Not only was the grade of his demonic intent inferior to Ning Fan's rain intent, the depth of his comprehension was also far from Ning Fan's. Impossible. I am actually not as good as you. Li Ban could not accept this fact. If he knew that Ning Fan had the evil Luo Mountain intent which was of a higher grade than the rain intent, he would probably go crazy. As Ning Fan approached him step by step, the pressure he felt was getting stronger and stronger. Li Ban clenched his fists. His nails pierced into his palms, causing blood to flow out. I can't accept this. I can't accept losing to a mere ant. He pointed at his glabella and his finger went into the top of his head. With a forceful pull, he slowly pulled out a long silver whip which was surrounded by rumbling lightning. In the past, half of the dragon tendon was severed by Ning Fan. After tens of years of cultivation, Li Ban had already restored the original form of the dragon tendon using a secret technique. With the dragon tendon in his hand, Li Ban felt like he was holding a silver lightning whip. He whipped it at Ning Fan violently, creating loud sounds of wind and thunder. As for Ning Fan, he also raised his hand and raised the spirit-shattering whip. Blood lightning lashed at Li Ban's silver lightning whip. Break! The spirit-shattering whip was only refined from half of the dragon tendon. However, after Ning Fan's refinement, Lu Wan's spirit attachment and the tempering of the blood lightning heavenly tribulation, the destructive power of this whip was incomparable to Li Ban's silver whip. With a wave of the blood shadow, 100 whips trembled at the same time. The silver whip was broken and the dragon tendon was broken. Li Ban coughed out blood and was injured. His eyes were filled with madness. Impossible! Impossible! My dragon tendon has actually been refined into such a supreme treasure in your hands. I am going to take back this treasure. I am going to refine this dragon tendon into my body again. If that's the case, I will break through to the mid-divine transformation realm soon. Li Ban looked like he was possessed. He patted his storage pouch and took out an ancient and damaged blood sword. When he held the blood sword in his hand, an ancient and ferocious qi rushed towards him. Even Lu Daochen and Lu Jiefan who were outside the fire platform felt their hearts palpitating. When the blood sword appeared, Ning Fan stopped his advance for the first time. His eyes were filled with seriousness. This blood sword was extremely terrifying. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, there were 3 seals on the blood sword. The seals seemed to be used to suppress the power of the blood sword. Under the seals, the power of the blood sword had already reached the level of a spiritual treasure. Zhou Ming. I will give you one last chance to kowtow and beg for mercy. Don't force me to use this sword. This sword was given to me by the demon commander. It was refined using the dragon bone of a heavenly demon realm blood dragon. As long as the seal is not broken, it will be a spiritual treasure. Every time a seal is broken, its grade will increase by 1. As long as I break the first seal, this treasure will become a mortal void grade void treasure. An attack from a void treasure can destroy heaven and earth. 10,000 li of mountains and rivers will turn into nothingness. If you can't take it, all the people of Luo Yun will die with you. Li Ban's murderous intent was like the clouds in the sky. What he got in return was Ning Fan's disdain. The blood qi of this sword is too heavy. You can't use it. Nonsense. I will show it to you. As soon as Li Ban finished speaking, he used his finger seals to tear the blood sword seal. Just like what Ning Fan said, the heavy blood qi almost suffocated Li Ban when the first seal was torn halfway. His chest felt like it had suffered a heavy blow. The blood scales shattered his armor. Li Ban was enraged when he looked at the blood sword that was sealed as good as before. How dare a mere blood dragon demon sword disobey my order? Damn it! Lu Daochen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Ban failed to tear the seal. If Li Ban tore the seal and used the void treasure by force, not to mention the fact that his cultivation realm wasn't high enough, the entire Luoyun province and the surrounding 10,000 li would definitely be razed to the ground by Li Ban. It was great that the sword did not tear the seal. As for Lu Daochen, he was even more shocked. After this sword tore the first seal, it would advance from a spiritual treasure to a mortal void treasure. After tearing the second seal, it would advance from a mortal void treasure to an immortal void treasure. After tearing the third seal, this sword would become an immortal void treasure. Even a void fragmentation realm expert might not be able to withstand an attack from an immortal void treasure. Li Ban was actually able to obtain such a precious treasure. What kind of powerful background does he have in the immemorial Lightning Dragon clan? Liu Bei, do you dare to kill Li Ban? Lu Daochen hesitated, however, when he saw that Li Ban was not afraid of Ning Fan's eyes, he was completely relieved. This young man is not afraid of the immemorial Lightning Dragon clan or the Heavenly Demon. That's good. That's good. Then, General Liu will be saved. Even Ning Fan did not have an easy time bearing the ferocious light of the blood sword. However, he knew that Li Ban was suffering the consequences of his own actions. Li Ban could not control this blood sword. If he forced himself to do so, he would definitely suffer a backlash. An early spirit-severing realm expert would not be able to control an ordinary spiritual treasure. The power of this blood sword was something that Ning Fan had never seen before in his life. He even had a feeling that if he obtained this blood sword and managed to tear the third seal, he would be able to severely injure Moksha Sovereign. I want this sword. Ning Fan's eyes turned resolute. He turned into a shadow and stopped 3 zhang 33 m, away from Li Ban. At this distance, Ning Fan would not be able to get close to Li Ban without using any techniques. It was imaginable how heavy the might of the sword was for Li Ban, who was holding the blood sword. I can't move. I can't move. The might of the blood sword had frozen Li Ban's body, making him unable to move. He could only barely use this sword after breaking through to the mid-spirit severing realm. If Ning Fan did not injure him severely and sever his dragon tendon in the past, Li Ban would have most likely broken through to the mid-spirit severing realm and would be qualified to use this sword after tens of years. Unfortunately, everything changed because of Ning Fan's intervention. Li Ban was unwilling to let his body be suppressed by the blood sword. However, when he saw that Ning Fan was also suppressed by the might of the blood sword and was unable to get close to him, Li Ban felt extremely satisfied. At least he could wield the blood sword with his dragon blood. As for Ning Fan, he could not even step within 3 zhang 33 m of the blood sword. You are still not as good as me. This blood dragon demon sword is forged from the bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. It can't be controlled without the condensed power of demon blood. No matter how high your aptitude is, your understanding of demon blood is still not as good as mine. Do you think you are amazing just because you have awakened the royal bloodline? Do you understand the mission of your bloodline? Li Ban laughed loudly. When his laughter fell into Ning Fan's ears, it was as if a spring thunder had exploded. He seemed to have understood something. Mission. Ever since he awakened the royal bloodline, he always felt that there was a barrier between him and this bloodline. At first, Ning Fan thought that it was because he was a human and not a demon. That was why he could not completely integrate with the demon blood. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thought was wrong. Mission. The demon race was once the ruler of heaven and earth. Every true spirit of the race had their own mission. The immemorial Thunder Dragon was gifted with lightning talent for the heavenly Tao lightning palm. The immemorial Fire Phoenix was gifted with fire talent for the sake of controlling fire for living beings. Fu Li. What is the meaning of the existence of this race? Fu Li. What is the meaning of Fu Li? Standing 3 zhang away from the blood-red sword light, Ning Fan looked at Li Ban, who was hard to kill, and the blood sword that he could see but could not touch. He fell into silence. If I understand the mission of the Fu Li and completely integrate with the demon blood, I can easily cross this 3 zhang distance with my royal bloodline. However, what is the mission of the Fu Li clan? Seeing through illusions and evolving illusory techniques. This is the innate ability of the Fu Li clan. But what is the meaning of this ability? Ning Fan closed his eyes. As he pondered, the purplish-black ancestral blood in his demon blood began to boil. Scorching heat spread all over his body. He seemed to have heard a voice in his mind, Fu Li, the tilt of supporting the heavens, the heart of the enemy. This voice repeatedly resounded in Ning Fan's mind. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, the demon's star in his left eye rotated rapidly and glowed with faint purple light. At this moment, Ning Fan understood, the innate ability of the Fu Li clan to see through illusions was to see through the flaws of the heavenly Tao and eventually, to correct the heavenly Tao. Its innate ability to evolve illusions was to bewitch the enemy's mind and confuse the enemy's heart. This clan was the supervisor of the heaven and earth. Once the heavenly Tao has any changes, this clan must stand up for it. Is this the Fu Li clan that has been cursed for generations? Ning Fan took a step forward and went within 3 zhang. At this moment, his left eye seemed to be filled with arrogance. That arrogance did not belong to Ning Fan. Instead, it was the pride of the Fu Li clan. The Fu Li clan was in charge of supervising the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao that was feared, admired and comprehended by the world was just a subordinate of the Fu Li clan. This arrogance even dared to look down on the heavenly Tao, let alone the might of a mere blood dragon demon sword. Break! With a single word, Ning Fan shattered the 3 zhang sword light. Li Ban regained his mobility. However, his heart was filled with fear while holding the blood sword. At this moment, Ning Fan's gaze gave him a feeling that he was unreachable. It was as if he, a dignified member of the Dragon Clan, was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Li Ban, I'll give you a chance. Kill me with this sword. If you fail, you will die. You asked for it. Under Ning Fan's deterrence, the blood dragon demon sword no longer dared to wreak havoc. Now, Li Ban had complete control over the sword. Even though the seal had not been broken, the sword was already a spiritual treasure. The might of a single sword was enough to kill an early spirit-severing realm expert. Die! As soon as the sword was drawn, a ray of blood-red sword light pierced through the sky. The sword light was divided into 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000 and 10,000. 10,000 sword shadows pierced towards Ning Fan like meteors chasing after the moon. Under the rain of swords, even an early spirit-severing realm expert would die. However, at this moment, Ning Fan's black hair fluttered without any wind and grew longer. On the left side of his face, a demonic black mark appeared and turned into a black shadow. The rain of swords pierced through the air. Li Ban was stunned. At the next moment, he felt a sense of danger. He hurriedly held the sword in front of his chest but he could not block the attack of the black shadow. As soon as he was swept by the black shadow, his body that was already severely injured began to break into pieces. His demon body was minced into pieces. When the black shadow condensed again, his demon soul was held in one hand by Ning Fan while his other hand was holding the blood sword. The blood dragon demon sword could only be used by those who were not from the dragon race. It was unwilling to be in Ning Fan's hands. However, when Ning Fan bent his finger and touched the body of the sword, the blood sword seemed to be afraid and did not dare to resist anymore. In this way, this sword was subdued. Looking at Li Ban's demon soul in his palm, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. Do you want to live? He said indifferently. Yes, I want to. Li Ban was already begging for mercy. Then you shouldn't have provoked me. Ning Fan sneered and swallowed Li Ban's demon soul. He raised his head and looked at Lu Jiefan. Holding the demon sword in his hand, his aura was like a rainbow. At this moment, Ning Fan gave Lu Jiefan a feeling of invincibility. It was the first time he felt a trace of fear when facing Ning Fan. I want the world map. This indifferent voice resounded in Lu Jiefan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 263. I want the world map. Ning Fan raised his blood sword and pointed it at Lu Jiefan. It was as if the other party went back on his word, this sword would dare to slash at the fire general. In the blink of an eye, the blood dragon was subdued by the stone soldier, and the black dragon was crippled by the female corpse. Lu Jiefan's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the bloodied fire stage. He had originally come up with 3 methods to obtain the Luo Yun realm map. He ordered Liu Bei to steal. Ling Jingyun threatened him, taking it by force. However, all three of them had failed because of Ning Fan. The blood dragon demonic sword seemed to have an innate suppressive effect on Lu Jiefan, who had the blood of a blood dragon. As the sword might merged, Ning Fan's voice seemed to have turned into two voices. One was the person himself, and the other was the order of the sword bone sky demon blood dragon. I want the world map. On the Luoyun tribe side, there was the demon concubines supporting them, Lu Daochen restraining them and Ning Fan slaying the enemies with his sword. On the other hand, on the pure fire tribe side, the three generals who entered the Luoyun tribe were all dead. Lu Jiefan knew that if he does not hand over the map today, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the Luoyun tribe alive. Lu Jiefan, although you're a late-stage soul formation cultivator and we can't kill you, if you don't hand over the world map, I can still severely injure you with the power of bestowment. You should know what your choice is. Lu Daochen's murky eyes flashed with a threatening look. Humph. Forget it. It's just a world map, I won't go so far as to break my promise. The general competition this time, it's you, Luo Yun, who wins. Lu Jiefan's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't let it show on his face. He slapped his bag of holding, took out a dark red ancient beast diagram, and threw it at Lu Daochen. At the same time, he turned into a mist of blood and fled tens of thousands of kilometers away. Lu Daochen didn't give chase. Now that he had the realm map, it was not worth it to fight to the death with Lu Jiefan. He slowly descended from the fire platform and approached Ning Fan step by step. Eventually, under the watchful eyes of all the members of the Luo Yun demon clan, he handed the map to Ning Fan. The map of the world of purifying fire is yours. As for my world map, if you promise me one thing, it will also belong to you. What is it? Don't worry, it won't be difficult for you. Lu Daochen's eyes flashed with tiredness and relief. He looked at the prefectures below the fire platform, took a deep breath, and announced in a loud voice. From today onwards, Liu Bei will be Luo Yun's 8th demon general. Anyone who disagrees will be stripped of their military positions and banished from Luo Yun. Lu Daochen's gaze was firm. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Luo Yun province fell silent. No one had ever been promoted to a demon general before they entered the soul formation stage or even passed the demon general test. However, no one doubted that Ning Fan had the strength to be promoted to a demon general. None of us demons from the capital counties are unconvinced. Greetings, General Bei. The demon race valued martial prowess. Today, Ning Fan had shown them what it meant to be strong. This person was qualified to be Luo Yun's general. Without this person, Luo Yun would definitely lose today's competition. However, many of the old monsters had doubts in their hearts. Why did Lord Demon Sealer hand over the world map to Liu Bei? Isn't this item necessary to awaken Lord Demon Commander? The river-gazing tower was listed as a forbidden area of Luo Yun because it was Ning Fan's residence in Luo Yun after he became a demon general. Moreover, the area within 10 li was turned into a palace. In just a day, countless pavilions were built and 10,000 demon soldiers were assigned to Ning Fan. They became the direct subordinates of General Bei and were assigned to guard the general's residence. Within 10 days, Ning Fan sat steadily in the stone chamber and circulated his demon power. In front of him, there was a world map, 3 storage pouches and a blood-red sword on his knees. The Wind Lady and the Tea Lady were sent to take care of the general's residence. In the stone chamber, the female corpse and stone warrior were guarded while each of them was holding a wild beast dragon soul. These were all Ning Fan's gains from this battle. After obtaining the jade flame grass from Jing Yun, his demon power was not far from the divine transformation realm. After obtaining the parting sun spear from Jin Kun, he no longer lacked demon techniques and abilities. After obtaining the blood-red sword and the dragon soul from Li Ban, Ning Fan also gained a large piece of immemorial star iron from an unknown place. All of these benefited Ning Fan. His demon power was not far from the divine transformation realm. He had also obtained 1/9 of the world map. Moreover, judging from Lu Daochun's behavior, he could easily obtain the other piece of the world map as long as he promised him something. That matter might be extremely difficult for Lu Daochun, but it might be extremely easy for him. As for the details, he would know when he meets Lu Daochun in the future. He must have been waiting anxiously. Divine Transformation Realm. In Yu Country, Nascent Soul Realm was a legend. In Great Jin, Divine Transformation Realm was the supreme being. In the Endless Sea, Divine Transformation Realm was still the old ancestor. However, he had already killed 7 Divine Transformation Realm experts and he was about to step into that legendary realm. However, the closer he got to the Divine Transformation Realm, the more lonely and exhausted he felt. Tired. Very tired. When killing an enemy, there must not be any hesitation. However, after killing an enemy, Ning Fan's heart became more and more exhausted when he looked at the pool of blood of his enemies. Li Ban had been killed to avenge that day. Strangely, what Ning Fan felt was not satisfaction but emptiness. Is this the feeling of revenge? Perhaps one day, after killing Moksha Sovereign, he would feel even more empty and lost. In the demon race and devil race, one could become a general after reaching the divine transformation realm. In ancient times, once a cultivator reached the divine transformation realm, he could enter the heaven court and be conferred as a god. He would then ride the golden flame chariot to the battlefield. This was the origin of the 2 words divine transformation realm. The heart devil barrier of the gold core realm was to cut off emotions. The heart devil barrier of the spirit severing realm was to cut off mortals. This step was to completely cut off one's connection with the mortal world and crush the past one by one. It was said that when a cultivator reached the divine transformation realm, his spirit would sink into the heavenly Tao divine steel. In front of the divine steel, he would understand his past and present life, cut off the mortal world and carve his name on the divine steel to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. In other words, no matter if it was a divine transformation realm expert, a demon, or a devil, they would need the recognition of the heavenly Tao if they wanted to reach the divine transformation realm without any special circumstances. That was why killing a divine transformation realm cultivator would infuriate the heavenly Tao and produce such a huge amount of baleful qi. Cut off the past. I don't even know what my past is. From the dream of the Ming Luo fruit, I know that my surname is Yun. I don't know who my father is or who my mother is or whether they are still alive in this world. If that's the case, how can I cut off my past and leave a stroke on the heavenly Tao divine steel? Moreover, old ancestor Dong Su said that I can't reach the divine transformation realm but need to turn into a devil. Can I understand this as refusing to carve my name on the divine steel and leave a stroke under the gaze of the heavenly Tao? Ning Fan felt that he had fallen into a huge mystery. When he was in the second blood awakening realm, he relied on the awakening of the Fu Li blood to avoid the schemes of a true immortal. However, after obtaining the Fu Li blood, he gradually came into contact with the greatest secret of the world. Why the heaven court collapsed. Why the demon race lost its spirit. These were secrets that even a true immortal did not know about. Yet, he seemed to be able to pry into them step by step, light. Worm, just as Ning Fan was muttering to himself, the female corpse was holding the soul of a black dragon that was riddled with scars. She swayed it in front of Ning Fan like a child who was eager to be praised. She followed Ning Fan's order and subdued this mid-divine transformation realm little dragon. She wanted to be praised. Earthworm. Ning Fan laughed and stroked the black hair of the female corpse. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This dignified wild beast of the Black Dragon clan with spirit-severing realm cultivation base was just an earthworm in the eyes of the female corpse. However, even though it was despised by the female corpse, the Black Dragon did not dare to complain. Its dragon eyes were filled with sincerity as it looked at Ning Fan. Hee hee. Little brother He Yip greets big brother Liu Bei. Previously, when I was under the control of the carp companion Devil Claw, I had offended Brother Bay. I really deserved to die. However, that wasn't my intention. Brother Bay's divine bravery was unparalleled, and your tiger might shock the world. You killed the true spirit with your blood sword and killed the evil general of the carp companion Devil Claw, allowing me to escape from the devil's grasp. I am extremely grateful for that. I don't have many merits, but I know how to be grateful. Does Brother Bay need a general under your command? I am willing to serve Brother Bay and be a pawn for the general. I will kill all the demons who offend Brother Bay to avenge Brother Bay. This Hayyith seemed to be extremely proficient in flattering people. When he was summoned by the carp companion, he kept flattering Ning Fan. After being captured by Ning Fan, he turned around and fawned on Ning Fan again. He did not want to die. He did not want to. Now that he had fallen into Ning Fan's hands, he naturally had to express his sincerity in order to survive. Sigh. This Liu Bei might not have a high cultivation base, but he is indeed a fiend. However, I have seen many fiends in my life. With my experience, I can definitely keep my life if I flatter this fiend and become his fighter for a few days. Then, when I have the chance, I can slip away again. It's just a piece of cake. The black dragon's expression was flattering, but his heart was humming with satisfaction. He was proud. He was the most outstanding demon of the Black Dragon clan. If it wasn't because he had accidentally offended someone he shouldn't have, he would not have been reduced to a sinful dragon. He was sure that since he, a dignified mid-spirit severing realm wild beast, had submitted to Ning Fan would not be willing to kill him. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon was completely wrong. Soul Search. When these two words came out from Ning Fan's mouth, they were as cold as ice. The demonic power in his palm vibrated, and he had already begun to search her soul and memory. The Black Dragon was horrified. He was a wild beast at the mid-divine transformation stage. If he kept him by his side, he would become a powerful fighter. How could Liu Bei bear to search his soul? Once the soul search was successful, his sea of consciousness would be damaged and he would become an idiot. Ah! The Black Dragon let out a miserable shriek. Just as his soul was about to be extracted, a lightning dragon seal rose in his sea of consciousness, easily breaking Ning Fan's soul-searching technique. I didn't expect that a little dragon like you would actually have such a high-level memory seal placed on your sea of consciousness. I'm afraid that without a void fragmentation realm expert, no one would be able to pry into your memories. Ning Fan stretched out his hand and waved. The soul of the blood dragon in Stone Warrior's hand flew into his palm. His eyes turned cold. Soul Search. The Black Dragon was shocked. This Liu Bei is a ruthless master. He doesn't even put a divine transformation realm wild beast in his eyes. His first move is to extract the soul. After failing to draw blood from himself, he still didn't give up and wanted to draw blood from the blood dragon. In this fellow's eyes, desolate beasts were nothing. The blood dragon was afraid. Compared to the Black Dragon, this blood dragon was slightly more taciturn and strong-willed. Even though he also had the intention to rely on Ning Fan to save his own life when he was captured by Ning Fan, he did not act like the Black Dragon who flattered Ning Fan and lowered his own status. After all, he was an early divine transformation realm wild beast. Wild beasts should have their own pride. However, the blood dragon did not expect that Ning Fan would search the Black Dragon's soul and memories. Moreover, he did not expect that Ning Fan would search his soul without any hesitation after failing to search the Black Dragon. Ah! The blood dragon let out a miserable shriek. A lightning dragon seal rose in his sea of consciousness, barely protecting his memories. However, the grade of this seal was obviously slightly weaker than the Black Dragon's. After failing to search the blood dragon's soul, the seal seemed to know that it could not stop Ning Fan's soul search. Thus, it wreaked havoc in the blood dragon's sea of consciousness before Ning Fan could. In just a moment, the seal had destroyed the blood dragon's sea of consciousness. Ning Fan's eyes darkened and he withdrew his soul-searching technique. The soul search failed, the blood dragon was not as lucky as the black dragon. The result of failing the soul search was turning him into an idiot. The black dragon's heart palpitated uncontrollably. It was so close. So close. Fortunately, my seal is slightly stronger than the blood dragon's. Otherwise, I would certainly become an idiot as well. Looking at the blood dragon's empty eyes, the black dragon's scalp went numb and his heart trembled. Ever since he fell into Ning Fan's hands, this was the first time he was worried about his fate. I was just a step away from success. Unfortunately, I failed in the end. It's a pity for this blood dragon. Forget it. Since this dragon is a blood dragon, it has the same type of dragon bones as the blood sword. It's not bad to use it as an offering to the sword. Ning Fan let go of the blood dragon and slashed the blood sword, cutting the dragon into two. Traces of dragon blood seeped into the blood sword and nourished the sword bones. Fuck. This is a wild beast. How could he kill me just like that? The black dragon trembled even more violently. His body that was as weak as an earthworm wanted to crawl out of Ning Fan's palm but he could not break free. How should I deal with this black dragon? Ning Fan muttered to himself. Take me as your disciple. I don't want to die. I'm willing to be Big Brother's fighter. I want to be your slave. The black dragon answered hurriedly. This time, he was sincerely submitting to Ning Fan. How could he not be sincere? If he could not become Ning Fan's fighter, death would be his only option. Take you as my slave. That's fine too. A mid-divine transformation realm cultivator is still useful for a short period of time. In that case, I'll plant a mental seal on you. Ning Fan changed his hand seal and circulated his sense power, wanting to plant a mental seal on the black dragon's sea of consciousness. However, the phrase, mental seal, made the black dragon even more terrified. His earthworm-like dragon body trembled non-stop. Mental seal. This Liu Bei is really audacious. Doesn't he know that the realm law of the heavenly demon world states that no one is allowed to plant a mental seal on a member of the true spirit race? Anyone who disobeys will be regarded as challenging the prestige of the true spirit race. That's right. This Liu Bei is just a small demon from the lower world. How would he know about the realm law of the upper world? Sigh. Even if he knows about the realm law of the upper world, will he obey it? Not to mention planting a mental seal on a member of the true spirit race, this Liu Bei has already taken 2 of their lives. I'm finished. I'm a dignified black dragon. My life is finished. If I'm planted with a mental seal, I will never be able to escape from his devil claws. Ning Fan had planted a mental seal many times. However, he failed this time. The seal was clearly set up successfully but his control over the black dragon was extremely weak. Ning Fan fell into deep thought. Little did he know that the black dragon was overjoyed after being implanted with the mental seal. What kind of low-level mental seal is this? You want to control me? What a joke. Could it be that this Liu Bei doesn't know that the true spirit demon blood is almost immune to ordinary mental restrictions? Unless the true spirit demon blood is planted with a demon restriction, it is impossible to control the true spirit. Hei Long secretly rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that Liu Bei didn't know the seal of the demon restriction. Even though Ning Fan had been planted with a mental seal, as long as the black dragon secretly used his demon blood to refine the mental seal, he would be able to break free from it sooner or later. Then, he would find a chance to escape from Ning Fan's evil claws. The world was so vast. Where couldn't he go? Black Dragon's complacent expression was noticed by Ning Fan and his eyes turned cold. Die. He had directly activated the mind restriction to see if he could kill the Black Dragon. However, the moment the restrictions in his sea of knowledge were activated, they immediately exploded into formation patterns. The black dragon sea of consciousness hurt and it spat out blood. Its eyes were filled with fear, but it didn't die. Terrifying, too terrifying. In order to test if the psychic restriction was effective, Liu Bei had directly activated it. Fortunately, the psychic restriction was ineffective. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be injured but dead. As expected, this psychic restriction can't restrain you. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. If he couldn't control the black dragon with the psychic restriction, keeping this dragon by his side would only be a hidden danger. According to his observation, when the black dragon heard the word psychic restriction, its fear was not an act. After seeing that his psychic restriction was inferior and ineffective, its joy, pride and contempt were also not an act. Therefore, Ning Fan could tell that his psychic restriction was ineffective against the black dragon. However, he had no idea why. In order to control the black dragon and plant a restriction, there was indeed some kind of special psychic restriction. The black dragon knew about it but he didn't know about it. Ning Fan shifted his gaze to Stone Warrior and asked indifferently. Stone Warrior, let me ask you. Why is the psychic restriction that I planted in this evil dragon sea of consciousness ineffective? This dragon belongs to the Black Dragon clan. It's a member of the True Spirit Demon clan. Rumor has it that the demons of the True Spirit Demon clan in the heavenly demon world are immune to ordinary psychic restrictions just by relying on their demon blood. It seems like only the demon restriction can control a member of the True Spirit Demon clan. If this demon isn't a member of the True Spirit Demon clan, I have several types of psychic restrictions that can control it. Since this demon is a True Spirit Demon clan, other than the demon restriction, it won't be controlled by any other forbidden spells. Demon restriction? I see. Since even you don't know about this technique, there's nothing I can do about it. Ning Fan shifted his gaze to the black dragon and his eyes turned cold. Black Tooth. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to tell me everything about the demon restriction technique without leaving out a single word. If you don't tell me the truth and the demon restriction technique is useless, you will die. If you don't know about the demon restriction technique, it's useless to keep you alive. You will also die. Blood Dragon, you should learn from your mistakes. Ning Fan's aura was terrifying. The black dragon trembled non-stop. 3 breaths. He only had 3 breaths to decide his fate. Fortunately, the black dragon happened to know one type of demon restriction technique. Unfortunately, once Ning Fan obtains the demon restriction technique and plants it in his body, he would have to be Ning Fan's slave for the rest of his life. The black dragon had no other choice. If he doesn't tell Ning Fan the demon restriction technique, what awaits him is not becoming a slave but death. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Before the 3rd breath arrived, the black dragon gritted his teeth and said, I'll tell you. Please give me a jade slip. I'll engrave the demon restriction technique into it. The black dragon's expression darkened. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of becoming Ning Fan's slave. Forget it, forget it. Even if I have become this person's dragon slave, at least I am still alive. That blood dragon is the pitiful one. A perfectly fine dragon has become a sacrificial object for the sword. Sigh, so what if he has become a slave? It doesn't matter if he becomes Li Ban's slave, Lei Long's slave or Liu Bei's slave. It's just that if this matter is known by the brothers of the Black Dragon clan, my reputation will surely plummet. Forget it. Let them laugh all they want. They won't understand my flirtatiousness. The Black Dragon was proficient in the spiritual victory method. With just a few words, he comforted himself and accepted reality. The demon restriction was engraved on the jade slip. Ning Fan read the jade slip and combined his spirit sense with the Fu Li demon blood to plant a restriction on the black dragon that it would never be able to escape. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the golden flame chariot. This golden flame chariot was a troop chariot of the ancient heavenly court. Its speed was not only related to the flames that made up the chariot, but also the demonic beasts that pulled it. If it was in the past, a soul formation heavenly general would have a heavenly horse pulling the carriage. Only a perfected immortal expert's golden flame chariot could be pulled by heaven dragons. The black dragon was severely injured by the female corpse and his dragon claw was severed. His strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, he only had a demon soul and not a demon body. Thus, his combat power was negligible. However, if he becomes the coachman of the chariot, he would be able to make the golden flame chariot move at an astonishing speed. Golden flame chariot. It's my first time seeing this chariot. The black dragon was in high spirits. He really wanted to sit in this chariot and show off his might. He thought to himself, could it be that this Liu Bei took out the golden flame chariot and placed it in front of me as a gift? Sigh, this Liu Bei has finally seen through my strength. He wants to give me the golden flame chariot to bribe me. The black dragon could not help but feel a little proud. However, Ning Fan's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on his head. From today onwards, you will stay in this chariot and become its spirit. In the future, you will be the one pulling this chariot and you will be my dragon steed. Pooh! I am the dignified young lord of the black dragon race. You want me to pull your chariot? Liu Bei, don't be too arrogant. Humph. Ning Fan let out a cold harumph and activated the mental restriction. Immediately, the black dragon's little soul was in so much pain that it wanted to die. Its eyes were filled with fear. I'm finished. I got carried away and forgot that this Liu Bei is a ruthless master. Pull. I will pull the chariot for you. Quickly stop the demon restriction. I am going to die from the pain. Watch your tone. If you get carried away next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Speaking of which, I can't search your soul. But what if I interrogate you directly? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He was very interested in learning the secrets of the demon spirit land of the heavenly demon world from the black dragon. He was not afraid that the black dragon would be dishonest. If the black dragon was not obedient, he would activate the demon restriction. The black dragon felt a chill down his spine. He could predict that he would not be able to avoid suffering in this interrogation. 3 days later, Ning Fan came out from his seclusion. The black dragon, the female corpse and the stone warrior were all kept by him. While walking in the general's mansion, Ning Fan was slightly surprised. The general's mansion was actually well maintained. As soon as Ning Fan walked out, the demon guards immediately greeted him while the maids greeted him respectfully. As if they knew that Ning Fan liked plum blossoms, winter plum blossoms were planted everywhere in the general's mansion. As if they knew that Ning Fan liked snow, they set up an ice formation in the general's mansion. Even though it was not cold, there would be snow falling from the sky. The tea lady and the wind lady are trying their best to please me, Ning Fan smiled faintly. This scenery reminded him of the past in 7 Apricot City. A warm current flowed through his heart, causing his exhausted heart to slightly perk up. Even if he was tired, he still had to walk the path that he should walk on. There was no if in life. There was no room for regret. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could no longer turn back. The only thing he could do was to continue walking on this path. It's time to look for Lu Daochen. I want to know what his true intentions are. If I can cooperate with him successfully, I can temporarily live a peaceful life in this Luoyun province and attain the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan's eyes became firm. He passed through the buildings and passed through the pavilions. At the end of the winding corridor, under the snow plum blossoms in the courtyard, Lu Wan was standing there alone. It was as if she had been waiting for Ning Fan every day. Wan Ning Fan approached her step by step. When Lu Wan heard his call, she gently turned around. Her eyes were filled with a hint of embarrassment and anger. Humph. Who are you to call me Wan? Ning Fan was stunned. This little fox's temper is really bad today. Who provoked our Miss Wan? Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a purple shadow. He directly appeared behind Lu Wan and held her slender waist with one hand. He gently squeezed her soft waist. Ah! Lu Wan let out a scream when her slender waist was touched. Her face became even more embarrassed and angry. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free from Ning Fan's arms. Thus, she could only give up. She leaned against Ning Fan's chest and only felt slightly relieved when she saw that there was no one around. However, she still looked angry. Let go. If you don't let go, I will call my men and let everyone in the world know that the 8th general of the Luo Yun Empire, Liu Bei, the northern general, is a despicable and shameless villain who bullies women. It was obvious that she did not mean what she said. If Ning Fan loosened his grip, he would be a fool. Judging from this little girl's angry tone, could it be that I have provoked her? All right. Judging from your expression, I must have made you angry. However, let me know what exactly made you unhappy first, all right? You still dare to ask? Sister Demon Concubine has already told me. You are not Liu Bei. You are not a demon. Why you? You have been hiding it from me all this while. Lu Wan's cheeks flushed red. Her eyes were filled with nervousness. Liu Bei, could it be that you are really not a demon? If you are not Liu Bei, then who are you? I have asked my master before. He said that you are Zhou Ming, a human from the land of slumber. I don't believe it. If I am not Liu Bei, what would you do? Ning Fan's eyes were serious. I don't know. Lu Wan bit her lips. If I am an enemy of the Luo Yun Empire and sneaked into the Luo Yun Empire to kill the demon marshal of the Third World, will you attack me with your sword? I don't know. If I like you, will you also like me coincidentally? Ning Fan suddenly teased her. I don't know. What are you talking about? Lu Wan's cheeks turned red. All of her dissatisfaction turned into complicated emotions. She was stunned. Silly girl. Let's go and meet your master together. Let's see what his intentions are. However, you don't have to worry. This person seems to have ill intentions towards me. Even if I am not a demon, I will not become an enemy of the Luo Yun Empire. Even if the Luo Yun Empire betrays me, I will not kill innocent people for your sake. Also, my real name is not Liu Bei or Zhou Ming. My name is Ning Fan. Ning Fan loosened his embrace and patted Lu Wan's black hair. His eyes were so gentle that no one could imagine that this person was a ferocious demon with a murderous heart. I believe that you will not betray me. That's why I will tell you my real name. Even if you really betray me, I will not hate you. I won't tell anyone else. Lu Wan said without hesitation. Then, her face turned red and she whispered. I won't tell anyone else. I won't. Winter plum blossoms, wind and snow. In a trance, Ning Fan seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the 7 Apricot City. His killing intent was gradually restrained. It was a sign that his devil heart was being tempered and refined. Step by step, he was approaching the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan could lie to Lu Wan but he did not. He could continue to hide it but he did not. It was destined that he would never let down or hurt some people. Chapter 264. Men and women were different. If a woman was tired, in pain, or wronged, she would find a sister to confide in. However, a man could only hide all his weariness in his back, bury it deep in his heart, and turn it into heavier steps as he moved forward. No one knew, and there was no need for them to understand. They only wanted to have a clear conscience for every step they took. Ning Fan's heart was weary. This weariness was actually caused by the heart devil of the divine transformation realm, which induced him to let go of all his responsibilities and return to the mortal world. He could induce the collapse of their cultivation and make their state of mind weak. However, even though the heart devil was fierce, it was just a heart devil after all. It could disrupt Ning Fan's mind, but it could not change his will. Although the wind and snow in front of him were the same as 7 Apricot City, but the more he carried, the harder it was to turn around, the harder it was to turn back. Although 7 Apricot City is good, it is hard to go back to those days. The bewilderment in Ning Fan's eyes slowly disappeared. Rays of light flashed across his eyes as he got rid of his inner demons. His mental state was getting closer and closer to the divine transformation realm. With a single step, he traversed the wind and snow, the winter plum blossoms, and all the past. It was as if he was severing the mortal. His footsteps were firm, and every strand of his aura was retracted into his heart, simple and unadorned. From a mortal to a nascent soul, with each step, his aura became sharper. From the nascent soul realm to the soul formation realm, with each step, his aura became more restrained. This was a state of returning to one's natural state. Following behind Ning Fan, Lu Wan'er's heart trembled as she looked at his frail but reliable back. Gradually, she had an illusion that Ning Fan's chi was gradually becoming as weak as a mortal's. Liu Bei. No, Ning Fan. He's about to attain the divine transformation realm. Elder brother once told me that when the aura force of a great cultivator is completely concealed in one's heart and becomes no different from a mortal, that would be the final step of turning a mortal into a god, mortal severing. Lu Wan'er's eyes flickered. The first time she met Ning Fan in the Mingyu Tower felt like it was just yesterday. At that time, Ning Fan's demon power was just at the early nascent soul realm. In just a little more than a year, he was already close to the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan, you are too outstanding. So outstanding that I don't dare to climb up to you, silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Ning Fan gently flicked Wan'er's forehead. This intimate action caused the little fox's mind to flutter. Then, she revealed a smile. County Office, Heaven Palace. Without waiting for any notification, Ning Fan and Lu Wan'er directly entered the inner hall of the residence. Inside the hall, Lu Daochen was looking at a portrait with his back facing the two of them. This portrait had clearly just been refurbished. It depicted a middle-aged heavenly general in the prime of his life. This man was clad in a golden tiger head armor. His eyes were sharp and piercing, and he stood at the front of the chariot with his hands clasped behind his back. 9 demonic beasts with different bloodlines were pulling the golden chariot. There was a 6-headed tree bird, a blood-colored flood dragon, a cloud beast, a giant snake, and a leopard. The golden flame chariot passed by a number of herb gardens that were brimming with spiritual energy. Ning Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the portrait. If he was not mistaken, the golden flame chariot in the portrait was the one Lu Daochen had given him. Although there were many of these carriages in the ancient times, each of them had different engravings because of the different occupants. There's no mistake. The golden flame chariot indeed had a special meaning. You're here, Lu Daochen sounded a little sad. He turned around and looked at Lu Wan'er with a doting gaze. When his gaze fell on Ning Fan, he was surprised. Then, he pondered for a moment and praised. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. It seems like you are not far from the spirit-severing realm. If you enter the dragon pool, you will definitely be able to break through to the spirit-severing realm within 100 years. If you have the help of this old man's pills, the success rate will increase by several times. If you have the power of the cloud platform ancestral statue, after you reach the spirit-severing realm, you will be able to awaken your blood 3 times. Perhaps, your demonic strength will increase by at least 30%. If you have this old man to guide you on the path to the Star Palace, you will be able to obtain the Star of the Heavenly Emperor and reach the mid-spirit-severing realm in 1 step. Lu Daochen's eyes were filled with kindness. He longed for Ning Fan's help. Thus, He threw out all kinds of tempting benefits at the first meeting. If one were to think about it carefully, one would realize that there were many hidden meanings in his words. The dragon pool, pills, the cloud platform ancestral statue, the path to the star palace, the star of the heavenly emperor. Lu Daochen tried to attract Ning Fan's interest by talking about the world map. However, Ning Fan just smiled and avoided this topic. He did not immediately talk about the world map. Instead, he pointed at the portrait of the palace. If I'm not mistaken, the painter of this portrait is a true immortal realm expert. In this portrait, the heavenly general standing on the golden flame chariot is probably the demon marshal Lu Wu, who is in deep slumber in this place. Mortals' calligraphy and painting only sought to be similar in form. Those who had a slightly higher realm would pursue the layout. Those who had a higher realm would only focus on the meaning and not the form. However, this step was still not the highest realm of calligraphy and painting. At least, Ning Fan knew that the realm that was higher than painting intent was the dragon's finishing touch, the realm of turning void into reality. The portrait of the middle-aged demon general in front of him gave people a feeling that as long as the painter willed it, the person in the portrait would turn into a real person. The 7 realms of cultivation were all about the word void after all. True immortals, on the other hand, only cultivated the word true. When one's painting technique reaches the realm of turning void into reality, the painter must be a true immortal realm painter. This portrait was too old and had lost most of its spirituality. Otherwise, it would be able to summon a void refinement realm demon marshal to fight for it with just a thought. This mere portrait could already be considered as an immortal treasure. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. This technique of turning a painting into a treasure was truly marvelous. This simple portrait seemed to contain the technique of turning void into reality of that true immortal realm expert. If I can obtain this portrait and comprehend it, it would definitely be greatly beneficial for me to break through to the void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm. From this vivid portrait, Ning Fan could tell at first glance that the arrogant middle-aged man on the golden flame chariot had the aura force of a void refinement realm expert. A demon marshal's cultivation base was hung here by Lu Daochen. It naturally made people think that the person in the portrait was demon marshal Lu Wu. Isn't it just a portrait? How can it be the work of a true immortal realm expert? Lu Wanner pursed her lips and smiled. She thought to herself that this Ning Fan is really interesting. Since he is so strong, could it be that his painting technique is also extraordinary? At least, Lu Wanner knew a lot about calligraphy and painting, but she could not tell how extraordinary this portrait was. But what surprised Lu Wanner was her master's reaction. If Lu Daochen was slightly surprised when he saw that Ning Fan's mental state was about to reach the mortal severance realm, then he was astonished when he heard Ning Fan's words. At least, Lu Daochen knew that if the demon marshal did not personally introduce this portrait to him in the past, he would not be able to tell how extraordinary this portrait was no matter how he thought about it. The reason why he looked at the portrait was just to reminisce the memory of the demon marshal. At this moment, Lu Daochen could not help but reevaluate Ning Fan. This person was not only strong but also shrewd. He was also knowledgeable and had a pair of sharp eyes. Little friend, your eyesight is so strong that I am ashamed of my inferiority. To be honest, this portrait is the relic of the demon marshal. It was indeed given to the demon marshal by a certain painting immortal. If little friend is willing to cooperate with me, I can also give this to you as a reward. Since you can recognize the mysteries of this painting, it won't be a waste for you to own it, oh. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ning Fan's expression did not change, but he was secretly shocked. He did not expect the word relic from Lu Daochen's words. From Lu Daochen's tone, it was as if he was announcing that demon marshal Lu Wu was already dead. Lu Wanner did not like the style of the conversation between the old and the young. She really disliked it. Lu Bei. Master. There are no outsiders here. Why are the two of you wasting time? Can't you just say what you want to say? Haha. Good, good. If you have something to say, just say it. That's how it should be. Liu Bei, let me ask you. The reason why you want the realm map is because you want to enter the third realm to kill demon commander Lu Wu and devour his demon blood to increase your demonic strength? That's right. Ning Fan had no intention to hide it. Good lad. If the demon marshal is still alive, as the descendant of the guardian demon general, I will fight you to the death for saying such disobedient words. Unfortunately, I no longer have any reason to fight you to the death. Your wish to devour the demon marshal's blood essence will definitely fail. Just like what I hinted to you before, demon marshal Lu Wu had already died countless years before I woke up. His demon blood is also gone. Theoretically, the demon race would not die when they went into hibernation. However, it was difficult to control the time when they would wake up. Lu Daochen did not know how many years he had been in hibernation. When he woke up, he sensed that the demon marshal was already dead. The reason why he could sense it was because something that Lu Daochen had given him was reacting. Other than Lu Daochen, the other 8 generals did not know about Lu Wu's death. The demon marshal of the third world is already dead. Lu Wan'er covered her mouth with her hands. She was shocked by this shocking secret. If this news were to spread, it would definitely set off a storm in the Luo Yun continent. I don't know whether what you said is true or not. However, I want to know if what you said is true. If what you said is true, I won't gain anything from entering the third world. So, General Yun, what are you planning to do in the third world? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. What he wanted to know the most was Lu Daochen's intention. From the beginning to the end, he could not see through Lu Daochen because he could not see that Lu Daochen had any intention or greed towards the third world. I don't have any other intentions towards the third world. I just want to repay the debt of gratitude and save the remnant soul of Lu Daochen. It has been 1,000 years since I woke up from the egg. During these 1,000 years, I have repeatedly divined the information about the third world. All of them are in this jade slip. You can take a look. Ning Fan took the jade slip and pressed it on his glabella. Immediately, a vast and boundless wild continent appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a rough map of the third world. However, the map did not contain the symbolic structure of the slumbering demon commander, the slumbering egg. There were only paths of stars that connected to the void. Above the void, the starlight formed a vast and boundless maze. This maze was marked by Lu Daochen as the Star Palace. The paths of the Star Palace were complicated and unpredictable. There was only a red dot marked in the general direction. That place was specially marked by Lu Daochen. Ning Fan had a vague feeling that the red dot in the Star Palace was Lu Daochen's goal. What do I know about this map? Ning Fan took a deep breath. The situation in the third world was completely different from the other places where people were sleeping. The Star Palace, in particular, gave Ning Fan a sense of extreme danger. Once he falls into it, it would be difficult for him to get out. Save the remnant soul of that red dot and send it to Samsara. Then, I will agree to all of your requests even if you want my position as the demon sealer of the Luo Yun world. Lu Daochen's eyes were solemn. The reason why Ning Fan could not see through this person was because he had been speculating about this person with a utilitarian mindset. As a matter of fact, what this person did was only for the sake of gratitude. Thus, it was difficult to determine his motive. He is the demon sealer, the evil commander who was banished by the heavenly demon realm. In the past, we, the demon sealers of the 9 divisions, were just the spirit of Lu Daochen's golden flame chariot. After the collapse of the heavenly court, our memories were erased and we were forced to sleep. Thus, we don't know what exactly Lu Daochen did to cause the heavenly demon realm to banish us. I only speculate that all of this is related to the star of the heavenly emperor. I have already completely forgotten about the details. The only thing I will never forget is Lu Daochen's kindness. If it wasn't for Lu Daochen, how could I become a demon general in this life? How could I be knowledgeable? How could I be favored by the people of the Spirit King Palace who wanted to grant me a spot to ascend to the 9 worlds? However, after I woke up, I couldn't repay Lu Daochun's kindness. Then, I sensed the news of Lu Daochun's death. This is the biggest regret in my life. If I can't get rid of this regret, I won't have the heart to cultivate or ascend to the 9 worlds. Liu Bei, this old man will entrust this matter to you. Go to the 3rd world and rescue Lu Daochun's remnant soul. Although I don't have Lu Daochun's demon blood, the reward I offer will definitely satisfy you. Are you willing to help this old man? Although Lu Daochun is dead, his soul is trapped in a certain place in the Star Palace and can't be freed. The place marked by the red dot is the center of the Star Palace. The demon race can't enter that place or they will be subdued by the power of the star. You are a human and thus, you have the chance to enter that place. Since you have awakened the royal blood, you can cleanse Lu Daochun's sin seal and help his soul re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. If you are willing, the reward I mentioned before will be fulfilled. With this old man's help, you will at least reach the mid-divine transformation realm when you leave the place of your sleep the next day. Without this old man's help, even if you obtain the world map of the 3rd realm, you will not have any opportunities in the 3rd realm. The star of the Heavenly Emperor is a supreme treasure. However, only this old man, the demon commander Meng, has bestowed this item to me. It is the key to the Star Palace which can be used to subdue this star. Ordinary people would need at least a few hundred years to break through from the early divine transformation realm to the mid-divine transformation realm. However, if you have this star, breaking through to the mid-divine transformation realm is just a matter of time. For the first time in his life, Lu Daochun's murky eyes were filled with a pleading expression. He abided by Lu Wu's teachings. He did not seek the heavens, did not seek the earth, because Lu Wu had once said, "What is not yours cannot be begged." Today, however, he made a request to Ning Fan. Without this person, it would be difficult to save General Lu's soul. Lu Wan's gaze was sincere. This was the first time in her life that she saw her stubborn master begging someone. Ning Fan seemed to be tempted. Putting aside the other rewards, the star of the celestial emperor and breaking through to the mid-spirit severing realm were what truly moved him. He had come to the land of sleep for the devil commander's blood to break through. Even though he did not have the devil commander's blood, he had the emperor star, so his fortuitous encounters were not small. With Lu Wan's face and the great fortuitous encounters, he was naturally willing to step into this muddy water. However, he was no longer a hot-blooded young man after all. He only believed 70% of Lu Daochun's words and 30% with reservations. Even if Lu Daochun did not lie at all, the 30% he would keep as a human being. He could not completely trust a stranger. I need 3 days to consider. Lu Daochun sighed with emotion. This young man sure is cautious. Considering for 3 days, he probably wants to find out more about me from other sources. This young man's starting point is probably the demon concubine, alright. I will wait for your reply 3 days later. Of course, even if you don't help me, as the 8th general of the Luoyun tribe, you will still enjoy the privileges of reading the scripture tower, cultivating in the dragon pond and awakening your blood on the cloud platform. However, I will only hand over the Star Palace key and the world map to you after you agree to help me and swear the great vow of Heart Devil, of course. This was a matter of great importance. He must be careful. Ning Fan naturally needed to swear the great vow of Heart Devil. As for Lu Daochun, he also needed to swear the same thing. He had 3 days to consider. There was no hurry. With the mind-reading technique, he would be able to obtain some information about the 3rd world from the demon concubine. In the Pure Fire Prefecture, Wang Xiao looked at the 2 broken life tokens with a gloomy expression. Jin Kun and Li Ban were dead. What happened? He had been waiting for Lu Jiefen's explanation in the palace for more than 10 days. Unfortunately, the Luoyun tribe and the Pure Fire Prefecture were quite far away from each other. He would not be able to wait for Lu Jiefen's return within a short period of time. However, before Lu Jiefen returned, a ray of sword light transmitted a message to him. It was a special technique used by spirit-severing realm experts, the sound transmission flying sword. General Wang Xiao, the evil general of the Luo Yun tribe, Liu Bei, was audacious enough to kill General Li Ban and Jin Kun. He also killed the pure cloud demon general of my tribe. We must take revenge for this. However, according to my information, the situation in the third world seems to have changed. The Luo Yun tribe has the support of the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. It's hard to shake them. In order to obtain the star of the Heavenly Emperor, General Wang Xiao, please set up a demon altar to open the way to the third world. Invite the experts of the upper world or the demon world for help. In short, do whatever it takes to open the way to the third world. As soon as the message was finished, Wang Xiao's expression turned furious. He crushed the sword light of the sound transmission flying sword with his palm. Liu Bei had killed Li Ban and the other two generals. The Spirit King Palace wants to compete with the true Spirit Clan for the star of the Heavenly Emperor. Humph. If that's the case, we might have to do as Lu Jiefen said and ask for help. I can't open the way to the upper world by myself. However, if we sacrifice the blood of hundreds of thousands of living beings, we might be able to open the way to the demon world for the second time. This time, let's ask the demon crown prince to help us. Even the Spirit King Palace is afraid of his bloodline. In the misty rain house of the Luo Yun prefecture. Under the curtain, the demon concubine was playing the zither with her face covered. However, after a certain demon servant whispered something in her ear, her fingers immediately trembled and the strings of the zither broke. What? The Spirit King wants to send concubine Z to the land of hibernation? Nonsense. This woman has always relied on the Spirit King's favor and is domineering and arrogant. If something happens to her in the land of hibernation, how are we going to explain it to the Spirit King? The demon concubine frowned. If concubine Z came and spoke rudely and offended someone she shouldn't have, what should she do? Chaos. The situation in this land of hibernation is going to be chaotic. I'm afraid a storm of blood is going to be stirred up for the 9 world maps. However, is it really good to open the way to the world of hibernation? The star of the Heavenly Emperor was a certain demon star of the ancient heavenly court. This star once contained 1/9 of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. However, as time passed, the power of this star was almost depleted. Its greatest use was related to the ancient heavenly court. The demon concubine felt a little annoyed. At this crucial moment, another demon servant came to report with a strange expression. What's the matter? Demon concubine, outside the Misty Rain Tower, the newly promoted 8th general of the Luo Yun Empire, General Liu Bei, requests to see you. He hopes to have a private talk with you. Liu Bei. A private talk. Why is he looking for me? The demon concubine was about to receive him, but her expression changed slightly when she saw the strange gazes of the demon servants. As the Spirit King's concubine, she had never been favored by the Spirit King or even summoned by him. She was only in charge of external affairs and was considered as a high-ranked palace servant. However, with her identity, it seemed inappropriate to meet a man in private. Forget it. Reject him. I won't see him. The demon concubine sighed. On the first day, Ning Fan was rejected. On the second day, the maidservant reported that Ning Fan wanted to see her. She was curious about the reason why Ning Fan was looking for her, but due to her identity, she had no choice but to reject him. On the third day, Ning Fan came to visit her. However, he did not request to meet her. He only told her that he was going to the scripture tower to study scriptures. The Yao concubine found it a little funny. Perhaps he knew that he would definitely be rejected. Thus, he did not even bother to ask for an audience and directly went to the scripture tower. Why is he going to the pagoda? Does a boorish fellow want to study ancient demon inscriptions? learn from Lu Daochen, and become a knowledgeable demon general? No. This person is a human. It is a huge matter for a human to read the words of our demon race in secret. If it was a demon city at the border, it would be fine if the books in the scripture pagoda weren't complete. However, the scripture pagoda in the capital city has recorded the Demon Codex. Once this person engraved the Demon Codex and distributed it to the human race, it would be a great harm to our demon race. Lu Daochen knows this person's identity, how would he dare to allow it? Yao Fei's beautiful eyes turned cold. In that case, she had to meet Ning Fan no matter what. This man is very calculative. Knowing that he would not be able to meet me, he used a little trick to force me to meet him. He knows that I value the demon race and despise the human race. Thus, he used the matter of the scripture tower to force me to meet him and stop him from reading the demon scripture. Fine. There are many people in the scripture tower. I don't have to be afraid of the rumors and slanders. Let's see what this man wants from me. I should also inform this man that if concubine Z comes here in the future and offends this man because of her identity as a human, I hope that this man can forgive her. Concubine Z is not like Jean Kun or Li Ban. Once she is killed, the Spirit King will destroy the Rain World. In the scripture tower, Ning Fan sneezed as soon as he stood still. He wondered if someone was talking about him. Suddenly, an extremely good premonition rose in his heart. It was as if a large number of divine transformation realm cauldrons were going to walk right into the trap. Chapter 265. He could freely enter the 9 floors of the scripture tower. Lu Daochen was the only one who had finished reading hundreds of thousands of ancient books. That was how he got his name. There were 1,079 demon characters on the first floor, most of which were the simplest characters. From the second level onward, the number of words recorded in each level decreased, but the difficulty increased. From the 8th level onwards, Ning Fan had already flipped through almost all of the 7,000 demon characters recorded in the Demon Codex. There were even some special demon characters on the 9th floor. There were the words of dragons, phoenixes and sparrows. All of them were the true spirit demon characters. With Ning Fan's experience, he could tell that the true spirit demon characters not only had complicated formation lines but also required the true spirit bloodline of the clan to learn them. Thus, he could only learn about 7,000 normal demon scripts. All the way to the 9th floor, no one stopped him. Until a fragrant wind blew past his face and turned into a charming lady in green feather robe. She stepped in front of Ning Fan and stopped him from reading any scriptures related to the demon language. Have you seen enough? General Liu Bei. Demon concubine, Wu Yan. Oh. Isn't the demon concubine staying in the Misty Rain Tower to reject guests? Why did she come to the scripture tower? Ning Fan withdrew his hand and secretly activated the yin-yang locket. Coincidentally, the monster concubine's heart was in a mess. She was thinking about the Spirit King Palace's purple concubine coming over. Just like that, Ning Fan was able to pry into the great secret of the woman's heart effortlessly. Spirit King Palace. Imperial Concubine Z. Judging from concubine Wu Yan's mind, there were at least 10 demon concubines who had come to Luo Yun for the Star of the Heavenly Arch. Only divine transformation realm female demons can be promoted to be the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. This means that there are at least 10 divine transformation realm female demons here. These are the best cauldrons. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought arose in his mind, it was immediately extinguished by Ning Fan. Similarly, he had seen through the demon concubine's mind how terrifying the Spirit King Palace was. If he were to snatch the demon concubine from the Spirit King Palace, the Spirit King would be enraged and he would be able to flatten the Rain Domain. However, the Spirit King seemed to be injured. In the Yao concubine's memories, the Spirit King had not left his residence for tens of thousands of years. No one knew the extent of the Spirit King's injuries. Only the concubines close to him could enter the Spirit King's seclusion palace, such as Imperial Concubine Z. However, even Imperial Concubine Z and the others had never seen the Spirit King's face. Ning Fan remained silent. Unless he had a method to secretly abduct Imperial Concubine Z and the other women without anyone noticing, he must not act rashly. There was no such thing as fear in his mind. As long as he could think of a possibility, he would dare to snatch the Spirit King's demon concubine. He would dare to do things that no true spirit demon race dared to do. Ning Fan did not notice that when he was deep in thought, his eyes were inadvertently looking down at the demon concubine in front of him. His gaze fell on her proud and delicate breasts. The Yao concubine's pretty face was slightly angered. She thought to herself that although Liu Bei appeared to be well-dressed, he was actually so frivolous. He dared to stare at her breasts. How rude. Why have you summoned me here? Concubine Yao's tone turned cold. May I ask how much you know about Demon Commander Lu Daochen and Demon Commander Lu Wu, and how much do you know about the Star of the Celestial Emperor? Yao Fei was so angry that she laughed. Was Liu Bei an idiot? Why should he tell Demon Marshal Lu Wu and Lu Daochen what he knew about Lu Daochen? There was no way he would share the information he had gathered on the Emperor Star with outsiders. Why should I tell you? Ning Fan did not answer her. Instead, he held his chin again and fell into deep thought. Using the mind-reading technique, he could immediately find out what she was thinking about. The Yao concubine did not have to say it out loud. However, when Ning Fan asked her a question, her heart would naturally give her an answer. Lu Daochen was indeed wholeheartedly trying to save Lu Wu. He even had 3 chances to void refinement realm with blood transformation, but all of them were rejected by him. The Spirit King Palace paid a huge price to replace the complete demon blood of a peak void refinement realm expert for Lu Daochen. With a secret technique, it allowed him to break through to the void refinement realm in a single step. In that case, Lu Daochen would be able to ascend to the demon spirit land with ease after being granted the Star of the Celestial Emperor. However, Lu Daochen had rejected the offer 3 times. It was clear that he was loyal to Lu Wu. After all, even if Lu Daochen obtained the Star of the Celestial Emperor and improved his cultivation base, he would only be able to break through to the late divine transformation realm at most. Through the thoughts of the Yao concubine, Ning Fan could tell that Lu Daochen was wholeheartedly trying to repay his kindness and had no intention to harm him. That was enough. As for Lu Wu, Ning Fan learned that he was once appointed by the Heavenly Emperor of the ancient Heavenly Court to guard the Heavenly Emperor's herb garden in ancient times. For some unknown reason, the Heavenly Court collapsed and all the deities were almost wiped out. The Undying Ones had their memories erased. However, it seemed like Lu Wu's memories were not completely wiped out. He even took the Heavenly Emperor's herb garden and gouged out a Heavenly Emperor's demon star from his left eye before disappearing without a trace. Time flew and the worlds were divided again. The True Spirit Clan and the Spirit King Palace of the Demon Spirit Land asked Lu Wu for the Emperor Star and Emperor Herbs but were rejected. After that, Lu Wu was completely exiled. He hid in this place of hibernation and separated the 9 worlds. Under the isolation of the Emperor Star, no one knew where Lu Wu was imprisoned. Until the old ancestor of the giant devil clan unintentionally broke the secret realm of the broken world. Then, a certain force in the internal endless sea somehow contacted the True Spirit Clan of the upper world and spread the shocking news. The place where Lu Wu was hibernating was in the secret realm of the broken world in the endless sea of the rain world. That was why the Yao concubine, Wang Xiao and the others arrived one after another. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. From the Yao concubine's mind, he learned that the force in the internal endless sea that contacted the heavenly demon world was the Demon Sealing Palace. The Demon Sealing Palace is probably not as simple as it seems. From the fact that the Pure Flame clan bribed Liu Bei and the Demon Sealing Palace's Chu he met, Ning Fan boldly deduced that the demon sealing palace was actually a force that the Pure Flame clan had used a special method to sneak out of the secret realm and cultivate in the Endless Sea. From the Yao concubine's mind, Ning Fan learned many shocking facts. However, what concerned him the most was none other than the question about the Heavenly Emperor's star. This Emperor's star once contained 1/9 of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. If Ning Fan devoured it at that time, he might even become an immortal in a single step. However, as time went by, the power of the Emperor's star had already weakened. It was already very rare for Ning Fan to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm from an early divine transformation realm. The Yao concubine did not know about the Star Palace, but she knew about a certain use of the Heavenly Emperor's star. When Lu Wu was alive, he was the one who looked after the Emperor herbs for the Heavenly Emperor. That monarch herb was said to allow mortals to live forever, immortals to have an indestructible immortal body, injured people to recover from serious injuries, and dead people to come back to life. That kind of imperial medicine might still exist in the Third World. The Spirit King Palace's desire for the star of the celestial Thoarch was just a cover-up. The Thoarch herb was the real goal. They needed the Thoarch medicine to heal the Spirit King. The rumors of using the star of the Celestial Emperor to heal injuries were all a cover-up. If Mu Weiliang, Ning Honghong, and the others were to consume this monarch herb, there should be a lot of hope for them to come back to life. Ning Fan took a deep breath. He didn't expect that he could pry out so much information from the demon concubine's mind. In that case, it was not a waste to invite her out. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. When the Yao concubine saw this smile, her pretty face immediately turned cold. How dare you? This Liu Bei is really bold. You're holding your chin and staring straight at this consort's breasts, and you're even laughing lewdly. Ever since she joined the Spirit King Palace, she had been promoted from a servant to a concubine. No man had ever looked at concubine Wu Yan like this. She felt that Ning Fan's gaze was like a solid object that was ruthlessly scraping her soft breasts. It was extremely rude, Liu Bei. Did you invite this consort out just to profane this consort? The demon concubine had completely misunderstood Ning Fan. However, the demon concubine's expression changed immediately. Ning Fan returned to his senses and cupped his fists at the demon concubine. I apologize for my rudeness. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Thank you, demon concubine, for condescending to meet me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan inadvertently revealed a smile as if he had gotten what he wanted. He leisurely descended to the 9th floor and left. He left just like that. This is ridiculous. The demon concubine laughed out of anger. This person invited me out just to ask a few silly questions. Of course, I won't answer them. Could it be that this person invited me out just to admire my body? Especially when he left, he showed an expression as if he had gotten what he wanted. Could it be that he's so satisfied after profaning this consort? However, since he took pleasure in profaning this consort, there was no trace of evil desire on his body. He's different from those lechers who entered the Misty Rain Tower. The demon concubine's anger gradually subsided. She stood between the dust and the bookshelves, casually flipping through the scriptures. She was not in the mood to read at all. Gradually, a trace of loneliness rose in her heart. As the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace, she must be extremely cautious when meeting men. Speaking of which, this date with Ning Fan was the first time she met a man alone outside of a mission. I'm not free. I'm restricted by my identity and it's hard for me to have freedom in my life, she sighed softly. Unknowingly, she had been standing on the 9th floor for a long time. However, gradually, her eyes revealed an annoyed expression. She shouldn't be feeling sad here. Didn't she come to the scripture tower to stop Ning Fan from engraving the demon scriptures? Not good. I've been standing here for a long time. I don't know if he has already engraved the demon scriptures. I must stop him. The demon concubine lifted the hem of her dress and hurriedly walked down the jade stairs. Just as she reached the second floor, she heard the conversation between Ning Fan and the guards of the tower. General Bei. 7,154 volumes of ancient demon scriptures, plus 700 demon scriptures, including Secrets of Demon Spirits, Awakening Dream Transcript, History of the Spirit King, Myriad Demon Tribe Diagram, Book of Mountains and Seas, and the entire Demon Codex, have all been engraved in these jade slips. Despite being a military officer, you studied the Demon Codex tirelessly. This subordinate admires you. The guards of the tower were unusually respectful. He had never seen a demon general who had engraved so many scriptures. Moreover, each of the scriptures had nothing to do with cultivation. General Bei is indeed extraordinary. You're a diligent and ambitious general. You're a role model for me, Luo Yun. Very good. Not a single scroll is missing. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. You stay here and guard the tower well. Don't let any rascal steal the scriptures in the tower. The secrets of our demon race must not be known by other races. Yes. The guards of the tower became even more respectful and performed a standard military salute. The demon concubine laughed out of anger again. Other than Ning Fan, a human, who has infiltrated the Luo Yun scripture tower, which rascal has the ability to steal the scriptures? In the entire Luo Yun, you're the only rascal that I need to pay special attention to. It's too late. It's too late. I'm a step too late. This rascal has engraved the entire Demon Codex away. Stinky rascal, the next time I see you, I'll definitely make you return all the Demon Codex to me, the demon concubine cursed softly. Inadvertently, she stepped on the air and fell down the jade stairs. A purplish-black smoke figure floated over and stood in front of the Yao concubine. It gently grabbed her wrist and revealed a harmless smile. Be careful, demon concubine. With your cultivation base, even though you won't be injured from the fall, you'll still damage the reputation of the Spirit King Palace if you embarrass yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He turned into a shadow and left. Each of the demons on the first floor of the tower saw the scene of Ning Fan holding the demon concubine in his hand. Their gazes were filled with praise. As expected of General Bei of the Lu clan, a good man of the Luo Yun clan. He even dared to touch the wrist of the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. How? How dare you? The demon concubine felt that her wrist that was touched by Ning Fan was slightly numb. He even deliberately did not use a trace of plucking finger force to make her heart flustered. Her cold face blushed for the first time. I've lost my composure. How could I lose my composure today? I've actually been taken advantage of 3 times by a mere foreign race. It's really infuriating. In the Treasure Refinement Pavilion of the Luo Yun County Prefecture. In the pavilion, Lu Wan felt slightly relieved after knowing that Ning Fan would not have any conflict with her master. Then, she began to forge the Phoenix Wing's spiritual equipment. Outside the pavilion, Lu Daochen was leaning on his dragon walking stick. His eyes were half closed and his expression was filled with satisfaction. Wan's spiritual attachment technique is gradually reaching perfection. In the past, her skills were outstanding but the spirit equipment she forged lacked the intention. After getting to know Liu Bei and serving her, Wan had her first awakening of love. For the first time, she understood how to forge spirit equipment for the person she loves. The intention of the heart is the key to improve the spiritual attachment technique to the profound heavens realm. If Wan breaks through to the divine transformation realm, I'm afraid she can start trying to forge profound heaven's spiritual equipment. While Lu Daochen was talking to himself, his expression suddenly changed. Behind him, a white-robed figure was walking towards him step by step. Today is the 3rd day. I've agreed to your request. However, the opportunities in the third world are unpredictable and the dangers in the Star Palace are unknown. Unless I break through to the divine transformation realm, I will not enter the third world without permission. Ning Fan's eyes were unprecedentedly serious. In the past, the reason why he dared to enter the third world was because he thought that Lu Wu was the only one who was sleeping and the demon marshal was not awakened. Now that he knew so many secrets, the star of the Celestial Emperor and the Emperor Medicine, he was filled with yearning for the opportunities in the third world. However, he also knew that he would definitely die if he entered the third world without sufficient strength. Lu Daochun's expression relaxed. He would repay the kindness he owed Lu Wu through Ning Fan's hands. If you want to break through to the divine transformation realm, I will certainly do my best to help you. The Dragon Lake was the best place to turn one's demonic power into divinity. You will certainly be able to break through to the divine transformation realm within 100 years. 100 years is too long. I want to break through to the divine transformation realm within 10 years. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He could not let Su Qiuling wait for too long. After all, she only had less than 30 years to live, enter the dragon pool and achieve divine transformation in 10 years. Ordinary people might not be able to do it. However, with the golden blood of the demon marshal, Ning Fan might be able to do it. Chapter 266. The forbidden area of the prefecture, the Dragon Lake. The sky was dark, not because it was late, but because the black mist of the dragon pool had risen into the sky and blocked the sunlight. The vegetation here had withered, and the pool water reeked of blood. However, when he inhaled the bloody water vapor into his lungs, it was like meeting sweet dew after a long drought. It actually improved his demonic power a little. If he could increase his demonic power with a single breath, it would not be difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach the soul formation stage in 100 years if they were to jump into the dragon pool to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that you had to survive in the dragon pool for more than 100 years. There were also many cultivators whose bodies were shattered by the demonic energy and who died while cultivating in the Dragon Lake. The smell of blood had melted into the water and had not dissipated. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The pitch-black, bottomless black pond in front of him was the dragon pond that the demon race of the Luo Yun tribe yearned for. Dragon Pool. With one step, one could bathe in the dragon and transform into a god. With one wrong step, one could shatter one's body. Danger and opportunity always coexisted. This dragon lake is so deep that you can't see the bottom. However, the deeper you go, the denser the demonic energy in the water will be. The time needed to absorb the demonic energy and break through to the divine transformation stage will also be shorter. Above 90,000 feet was the black pool, and below 90,000 feet was the blood pool, filled with the corpses of the demon cultivators that had died over the countless years. Below that, it is said to be the Yellow Springs, where dragon corpses are buried. It is connected to the veins of the earth, forming a great power. That is why it is called the Dragon Pool. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. With my mid-deity transformation cultivation base, I can only descend 12,000 feet with the power of bestowment. As for normal cultivators, they usually only cultivated at a depth of 10,000 feet. At this depth, they could reach the soul formation stage in 100 years if there were no accidents. In the past, some of the great cultivators who died in this lake had overestimated their own strength and tried to dive deeper into the lake. As a result, their bodies were crushed by the demonic energy. Some of them were ambushed by the dark beasts in the Dragon Lake. Liu Bei, you must remember this. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Act according to your capabilities. Yes. Ning Fan closed his eyes. Before coming here, he had already gathered all the information about the dragon pool. He did not enter the dragon pool immediately. Instead, he stood still with his hands behind his back for 3 whole days. 3 days later, his aura had reached its peak. He took a step forward, turned into a purple rainbow, and leaped into the pool. Dragon Pool Divinity Transformation. Ning Fan had been waiting for this step for far too long. The purple ray of light turned into Ning Fan's figure 3,000 zhang away. The thick and pungent water made him frown, but for the sake of raising his strength, he endured the discomfort for the time being. At 3,000 zhang, the cultivation speed of demonic energy was almost 3 times that of the outside world. Soul formation cultivators in the outside world would usually cultivate in seclusion for 200 or 300 years to accumulate demonic energy before they could break through the bottleneck. If it was here, a demon cultivator with decent aptitude would be able to touch the bottleneck in 80 to 90 years. If it was a lower position, the cultivation speed would be even faster. Achieving the divine transformation realm in 10 years was definitely not an empty talk. However, the prerequisite was that Ning Fan had to dive deep enough into the dragon pond. However, this place gave him a vague sense of danger. It was as if someone was watching him from the dark. It must be the dark beast that Lu Daochen mentioned. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense. Even with the strength of his sword sense, his spirit sense was actually limited to a radius of 100 zhang. The viscous water seemed to be able to block one's perception. In other words, Ning Fan could sense 100 zhang. Ordinary grand cultivators could only sense 3 zhang. Even Lu Daochen could only sense 700 zhang. After all, they didn't have sword thoughts. Ning Fan frowned. Even though the demonic energy in this place was dense, it was far from being unbearable. He took a step forward and his body turned into a purple ray of light, continuing to dive deeper. 2,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang. At the 90,000 zhang mark, the water of the pond seemed to be divided by a clear boundary. The top part was black while the bottom part was blood red. The speed of demonic energy cultivation in the 90,000 zhang black pond was almost 6 times faster than the outside world. In this place, one could achieve the divine transformation realm in 40 to 50 years. The demonic energy that flowed into his body made him feel a little uncomfortable. When he activated his astral spirit, which was at the second level of the Jade Life realm, the discomfort immediately disappeared. I can achieve the divine transformation realm in 40 years here. However, if I go deeper, the time will be even shorter. However, the deeper he went, the more he felt that he was being stared at by the dark beast. It was as if there were thousands of obscure eyes looking at him, making his hair stand on end. When he took a step into the blood-red pond, a dark shadow that was like a blade pierced towards his dantian. It strangely went through the defense of his astral spirit. This black light came too fast and it seemed to be able to ignore all defenses other than demonic techniques. General armor, appear. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. A silver armor appeared around his body. When the black light collided with his breastplate, it immediately trembled. A huge force hit Ning Fan's lower abdomen. However, it did not break his breastplate. Instead, it made the black light feel dizzy and lost its focus for a moment. The black light paused and revealed a small black snake-like beast. Its sharp teeth were coated with poison and it had a pair of wings on its back. It was probably the dark beast that was watching him in the dark. Although it was just a small beast, it actually had a nascent soul realm cultivation base. In addition to its strange speed and defense-breaking ability, many peak nascent soul realm cultivators had died in its hands due to carelessness. Obviously, it did not expect Ning Fan to have the profound earth general armor to protect himself. The ferocious light in the dark beast's eyes diminished slightly and it tried to escape. However, before it could take half a step, Ning Fan had already slapped it with his palm. His demonic energy shook and the dark beast was almost crushed into pieces. He clenched his fist and caught the dark beast in his hand. Looking at the beast, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. This beast is a bit troublesome. Above 90,000 zhang, the dark beast is only at the early nascent soul realm. However, below it, there might be mid-nascent soul realm, late nascent soul realm, peak nascent soul realm and even divine transformation realm dark beasts. At that time, I won't be able to defend against the sneak attack of this beast with my general armor. With this beast spying on him, it would be extremely dangerous for him to venture below 90,000 feet without anyone protecting him. The female corpse and the stone warrior could be sent out to protect them. However, neither of them had any demonic power or demonic arts, so they might not be able to withstand the attacks from the dark beasts. They might even be injured or killed by the dark beast's sneak attacks. From the looks of it, I can only cultivate at 90,000 feet at most. Do I still need to be cautious at all times? As soon as Ning Fan exerted his palm force, the dark beast died. The dark beast's entire body was filled with poison. Even its demon blood could not be easily refined by Ning Fan. While he was hesitating, the exquisite golden flame chariot in his interspatial pouch trembled slightly, as if it was extremely excited. Black Dragon Mound. This aura, it was definitely the Black Dragon Tomb. Fiend, I'm warning you. Let me out now. I can already feel it. This is the Black Dragon Mound. It's a good place for me to improve my cultivation. If you don't let me out, I'll kill you. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. The thing that was making noise in his interspatial pouch was naturally the Black Dragon, the spirit of the golden flame chariot. From what it said, it seemed to be very familiar with this dragon pond. It even called it the Black Dragon Tomb. Speaking of which, this Black Dragon was a helper with demonic power. It was a mid-spirit severing realm cultivator. If I have this evil dragon to protect me, I won't be afraid of the dark beasts. With a determined look, he patted his interspatial pouch and a small golden flame chariot appeared on his palm. Inside the chariot, the shadow of a black dragon scanned the surroundings. After confirming that this place was indeed the Black Dragon Tomb, it became extremely excited. It couldn't wait to get out of the chariot and improve its demonic power or even reconstruct its demonic body. However, the poor black dragon had already been refined into a chariot spirit by Ning Fan. If it wants to leave the golden flame chariot, it would need Ning Fan's spirit sense permission. Let me out. I know you're afraid that I'll obtain the inheritance in the Black Dragon Tomb and accidentally break through to the Void Refinement Realm. You're jealous of me. Fiend, I'm warning you again. If you don't let me out, I'm going to fight you for real. When I'm angry, I'm very scary. Noisy. Ning Fan activated the demon seal. Immediately, the black dragon cried and cursed in pain. His arrogant words gradually became honest. Spare my life. Master, spare my life. I was too pleased with myself. I've sinned. Humph. If you speak rudely again, don't blame me for your death. Let me ask you, what is the Black Dragon Tomb? Thump. The black dragon's heart trembled. Just now, he was too pleased with himself and blurted out the name of the Black Dragon Tomb. This was the secret of the Black Dragon clan. Only he, as the young lord, knew about it. Ordinary demons would never know about it. I don't know what the Black Dragon Tomb is. 3 breaths. If you don't tell me the truth, you'll die. Ning Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Black Dragon. 1 breath. 2 breaths. On the 3rd breath, the Black Dragon gritted his teeth and said, "All right. Isn't it just the Black Dragon Tomb? I'll tell you. Besides the Black Dragon clan, no one else can obtain any benefits from this tomb." The Black Dragon said proudly. "It seems like my luck is not bad. I thought I was unlucky enough to become a sinful dragon. I thought I was unlucky enough to have my dragon claw cut off and turned into a carriage spirit. But now, my luck has changed. I actually found a Black Dragon Tomb. Get to the point." Ning Fan exerted his palm force. The Black Dragon's demon soul in the golden flame chariot was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the Black Dragon was terrified again. Don't do it. You'll hurt our relationship. I'll tell you everything. This black dragon tomb is actually the tomb of a royal ancestor of my black dragon clan. Under a special terrain, a secret technique was used to keep the corpse of the royal ancestor immortal. The blood essence was left for the descendants to devour and absorb. However, only members of my black dragon clan can obtain this inheritance. Ordinary people can't get it. Hee hee. If the deceased royal ancestor is a heavenly demon, I'll be rich. I'll have no problem breaking through to the void fragmentation realm after absorbing his demon corpse and blood. The black dragon's eyes were filled with anticipation. Black Dragon Clan, Ning Fan frowned. From the Demon Codex, he knew that the Dragon Clan originally had countless branches. However, after the great calamity of heaven and earth, other than the immemorial lightning dragon, no other dragon clan could produce a royal bloodline. Before the calamity, the Black Dragon Clan was once stronger than the Lightning Dragon Clan. Does this mean that this dragon pond has existed before the collapse of heaven and earth and Lu Wu fell into a deep slumber? So, there's a royal black dragon corpse sleeping under it. The second world is very fragile. At most, only divine transformation realm cultivators can enter it. In other words, if there's really a royal black dragon corpse, it would at most be at the half-step void refinement realm. In that case, it's impossible for there to be a heavenly demon corpse that the black dragon was looking forward to. At most, it would be a divine transformation realm demon corpse. I'm afraid the black dragon is going to be disappointed. However, since this place is the dragon tomb of the Black Dragon Clan, this black dragon should have many ways to resist the dark beasts. Do you have a way to deal with the dark beasts? Ning Fan asked in a deep voice. Dark beasts? Them. They are just my food. Once I show myself, they will run away. The black dragon said proudly. All right. In that case, I'll cultivate here and you'll be responsible for protecting me. If there's any mistake, I'll activate the demon seal and take your life. Come out. Ning Fan pointed at the golden flame chariot. The black dragon trembled and flew out of the golden flame chariot, turning into his massive dragon body. Ning Fan kept the golden flame chariot and stepped on the black dragon's back. Go deeper. No problem. Leave it to me. The black dragon agreed readily. Inwardly, he was so pleased that he wanted to laugh. This malefic star wants to cultivate in the dragon tomb. Great. This is really great. During this period of time, I'll be capturing dark beasts in the dragon tomb to obtain the inheritance of the royal seniors and strive to break through to the void refinement realm. As long as I break through to the void refinement realm, no matter how powerful the demon seal is, it won't be able to control demonic beasts that are a realm higher than them. He certainly won't be able to control me. All of a sudden, the black dragon was filled with expectations for the future. However, when he crossed the blood pond and entered the bottom of the yellow spring, all of his expectations were dashed. The bottom of the yellow spring was 300,000 zhang. Countless skeletons were piled up in this place. At the top of the pile of skeletons was the corpse of a black dragon that had yet to decompose. From the observation of the dragon blood, this black dragon should be at the half-step void refinement realm when it was alive, which was similar to what Ning Fan had expected. The black dragon's dream of freedom was shattered to pieces. Divine Transformation Realm Dragon Corpse. It's not a heavenly demon. Damn. I'm happy. In this case, even if I really devour this dragon corpse and dragon blood, I can only break through to the peak spirit severing realm at most. The dragon blood is mine. The corpse is yours. Ning Fan smiled and jumped down from the black dragon. With a flick of his sleeve, drops of black dragon blood that were full of demonic power flew into his hand and he swallowed them. The black dragon was in a mess and broke down. Originally, I could only reach the peak spirit severing realm at most after devouring the dragon corpse and dragon blood. Now, I can only break through to the late spirit severing realm at most. I'll fight you to the death. If you make any more noise, I won't give you the dragon corpse anymore. Ning Fan's eyes darkened and he activated the demon seal. The black dragon sea of consciousness felt a sharp pain and cried for its parents. He thought, at least I didn't help this malefic star for nothing. At least I got the dragon corpse. So what if it rots? It's better than nothing. I'll endure it. I'll eat it. After eating this dragon corpse, I'll cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the late spirit severing realm. Then, I'll eat some dark beasts to replenish my nutrients. Perhaps, I still have a chance to break through to the peak spirit severing realm or even the void refinement realm. When the black dragon thought of this, it no longer felt dejected. Its eyes scanned the surroundings. There seemed to be more than 10 early spirit severing realm dark beasts in the dark. Oh my! These are all delicious dry rations. In the dark, the thousands of dark beasts that were spying on Ning Fan felt a chill down their spines and shivered when they saw the black dragon. The black dragon specialized in eating dark beasts. The fear of the dark beasts was instinctive. In front of the black dragon, the dark beasts could not even display 10% of their strength. 300,000 zhang of demonic power almost burst their bodies. If it wasn't for his physical body breaking through to the second level of Jade Life Realm and the protection of the royal Fuli blood, Ning Fan would never be able to adapt to the demonic power in this place. Cultivating in this place was 30 times faster than cultivating in the outside world. It was not difficult for him to attain the divine transformation realm in 10 years. Seeing that the black dragon had a heaven-defying restraint on the dark beasts, Ning Fan felt relieved. With the demon restriction, the black dragon would not dare to play any tricks unless it was a realm higher than him. With the protection of this evil dragon, safety was not a problem. The only thing he had to worry about was whether the black dragon would break through to the void refinement realm in one go after eating too many dark beasts. Don't be afraid. Only the members of the black dragon clan can refine the poison in the blood of the dark beasts. When this evil dragon devours the dark beasts and turns the poison into pure demonic power, I will seize its demonic power and consume it myself. Then, I can suppress this dragon's cultivation base. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He gave the black dragon a heavy order to restrict its movements. Then, he sat in a lotus position and patted his storage pouch to take out the jade flame grass and the demon marshal's golden blood. 13 complete drops of golden blood and 84 blood traces. These were probably all the demon marshals in this place that was in deep slumber. As soon as the blood appeared, the gloomy expression of the black dragon who was killing the dark beasts and its guardians suddenly lit up. Demon Marshal's blood essence. There are actually so many of them. This is good stuff. The black dragon could not imagine where Ning Fan got so much golden blood from. He swallowed his saliva and dispelled the greed in his heart. No, I can't seize the golden blood of this malefic star. Although the golden blood is good, I am not a match for this malefic star with the demon seal on my body now. Fine. I will give you the golden blood. I will endure it. I will eat the dark beasts as much as I can. It had been almost 3 months since he consumed the golden blood. For 3 whole months, Ning Fan did not move or speak. It was as if he was meditating. His body was surrounded by faint golden light and green flames. He was slowly refining the golden light into his body. His demonic power broke through one armor after another and slowly approached 10,000 armor. When the last trace of golden blood was refined, the demonic power in his body had already reached 10,147 armor. His demonic power surpassed 10,000 armor and broke through the boundary of the divine transformation realm. At this moment, Ning Fan opened his eyes. With just a thought, all the golden light and green flames were absorbed into his body for the final refinement. Demonic power, 10,000 armor. It's time to start condensing my demonic power and break through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm. He patted his storage pouch and took out the general breakthrough pill, profound blood pill and separation and reunion pill. Other than these 3 pills, there was also the cloud birth pill. The cloud birth pill could increase the success rate of breaking through to the divine transformation realm by 10%. However, it was a secret pill given to him by Lu Daochen. The 4 pills could increase the success rate of breaking through to the divine transformation realm by 35%. In addition to that, Ning Fan's demonic power reached 10,000 armor and he had comprehended 2 types of intent realms. If he still fails to break through to the divine transformation realm, it would be too embarrassing. In the past 4 months, Lu Warner had successfully refined her phoenix wings. She was guarding the dragon pond, waiting for Ning Fan to break through to the divine transformation realm. In the past 4 months, the demon concubine would come to him occasionally. Of course, her attention was still focused on the world map and the world passage. In the past 4 months, Lu Daochen held a compass in his hand and used a secret technique to measure the depth of Ning Fan's dive. When the compass showed that Ning Fan was 30,000 zhang deep in the yellow spring, Lu Daochen's face was filled with astonishment. He did not know what method Ning Fan had to dive to such a depth. However, he knew that he would definitely not dare to dive that deep because he was afraid of the dark beast's strength. This young man's methods are still beyond my estimation. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I'm afraid he can really achieve the divine transformation realm in 10 years. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. 3 years passed. In the 7th year, within the pure fire tribe, blood light shone as far as 1 million li. Hundreds of thousands of demons lost their lives. The world passage that leads to the demon world was opened for the 2nd time. In the 8th year, the sky above the Luoyun province was opened. Rays of light shone and a beautiful figure in purple robes descended upon the Luoyun province along with more than 10 divine transformation realm female demons. In the 9th year, the flames of war rose in the land of slumber. The demon crown prince conquered 3 tribes of the demon race while concubine Z conquered the 2nd tribe and seized the world map. Other than the 2nd and 3rd tribes which were not conquered and kept their maps, the maps of the other tribes were all lost. Under the protection of concubine Wu Yan, concubine Z temporarily did not seize Ning Fan and Lu Daochen's maps. However, in the 10th year, the pure fire tribe set their sights on the Luoyun tribe. 10 years of time seemed to vanish like smoke. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, his demonic power was condensed and he was advancing to the divine transformation realm step by step. In the past 10 years, Ning Fan did not open his eyes even once as he tried to break through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm again and again. In the 10th year, he finally broke through the barrier and his consciousness entered the heavenly Tao. Then, he appeared in a region with a sea of clouds. At the peak of the sea of clouds, there were 3 giant steels. The names of all divine transformation realm cultivators from ancient times to the present were carved on the 3 steels. Each of them had a height that was immeasurable. Below the 3 steels stood a 7 or 8-year-old Tao child. He was holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. When he saw Ning Fan walking towards him, he said coldly, Are you a cultivator of the rain world? Cutting mortals in the sea of clouds, ascending to the heavens to attain divine transformation. This place is the sea of clouds and these 3 steels are the 3 steels of the heavenly Tao. The purple steel is the demon, the green steel is the divine and the black steel is the devil. When the 3 steels are combined, the heavenly Tao will merge. As a cultivator of the rain world, you only need to complete the 3 steps of mortal severance and carve your name on the divine steel to attain the divine transformation realm. As soon as the Tao child finished speaking, he remained silent with an arrogant expression. He had no intention to talk to Ning Fan anymore. As for the 3 steps of mortal severance, he did not give any explanation. Divine steel of the heavenly Tao, the 3 steps of mortal severance. Did my consciousness enter the heavenly Tao? Ning Fan walked closer and his gaze swept across the 3 steels. Inwardly, he was surprised by the number of names carved on the steels. There were actually so many divine transformation realm cultivators in this world. If he carves his name on the steel, he would be recognized by the heavenly Tao and become a divine transformation realm demon cultivator. If he doesn't carve his name on the steel, he would not be able to attain the divine transformation realm, let alone becoming a devil. What does Dong Su mean? How should I become a devil? How should I? The closer Ning Fan got to the steels, the aura of vicissitudes felt like it was going to melt him. When Ning Fan's gaze swept across the three steels, he suddenly realized that each of the unfamiliar divine transformation realm names actually had different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple represented the fate at the end of the Tao path. Most of them were red, orange, yellow, green and cyan. Blue was extremely rare and purple was even rarer. However, what caught Ning Fan's attention was not the purple name but a black name among the countless names on the divine steels. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. However, when he saw the name clearly, his expression changed. Yin Yang Star, Han Yueng. Master. His name is actually on the divine steels. There's no mistake. This name rarely has the aura of Master's carving. I won't get it wrong. But why is it black? Why is the color of Master's name different from others? Could it be that this is the key to becoming a devil? Ning Fan's gaze swept across the three giant steels. Gradually, he noticed that there would occasionally be a black name among the tens of thousands of names. His gaze fell upon the arrogant Tao child. Although he looked young, his bone age was actually more than 1,000 years and his cultivation base was at the late divine transformation realm. Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and cupped his fists. May I ask why the names on the heavenly Tao divine steels have different colors? Oh. You can actually see the difference in the colors of different divine steels. The Tao child's expression changed. It was because the color represented fate. Ordinary cultivators could not see it at all. Normally, only true immortals could see it. In the immortal abode where the Tao child belonged, only 1 out of 10 void fragmentation realm cultivators could see fate. As for those below the divine transformation realm, only 1 out of 10,000 could see fate. All of a sudden, the arrogant look on his face vanished. He kept his horsetail whisk and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist, you have an extraordinary eye. I'm from the Black Tortoise planet of the void world of the Northern Sea Heaven. I'm the Tao guardian child of the Immortal Emperor tablet wielding Immortal Emperor. My Tao name is I Ching. May I know your name, fellow Taoist? A late divine transformation realm cultivator with a bone age of 1,000 years. This Tao child named I Ching could be said to have an outstanding aptitude. Even on the Black Tortoise planet, he was considered quite famous. There were very few outstanding cultivators in the Black Tortoise planet who could catch I Ching's attention. Today, however, Ning Fan's eyes lit up when he saw I Ching. This young man has yet to reach the divine transformation realm, but he was able to read the color of fate. He is really extraordinary. Such a talent is worth befriending. I am Ning Fan. Ning Fan cupped his fists. It was meaningless to conceal his name in front of the Tao steels. The 3 steps of mortal severance was used to engrave one's name at the divine transformation realm. Thus, one's name could not be concealed. Throughout history, there were many divine transformation realm cultivators who could attract the attention of the Tao child. However, Ning Fan was one of them. Fellow Taoist, since you can read fate, I'm afraid that you will need Senior Sister Bei Li's help to engrave the steels and condense the fate brush. The Tao child took out a green talisman and chanted. It had been 13 years since a divine transformation realm cultivator could read fate. The Tao child could vaguely feel that the sea of clouds would be shaken by Ning Fan today. Chapter 267. I Ching came from the Black Tortoise planet of the Void World. In the past, when he was at the Sinister Sparrow sect, Ning Fan consumed the spirit refining grass and comprehended the spirit wander 10,000 li divine ability. His spirit sense turned into a thread and penetrated through the world and entered the void world. If it wasn't for a powerful expert of the Black Tortoise planet, Ning Fan's consciousness would have been shattered and buried in the void. The senior sister who transmitted the message to him was called Bei Li. This place was the Sea of Clouds, and the 3 tablets were required to carve one's name. Before carving one's name, there were still the 3 steps of mortal severance. What Ning Fan cared about the most were the black names. The old devil was a cunning person, yet his name was carved in black. This black color must have a special meaning. May I ask fellow Taoist I Ching, how do the names on the divine tablets distinguish by color? To be honest, the color is the luck of a cultivator. Ordinary cultivators can't see their luck when they reach the spirit-severing realm. Their names are usually carved in the first 5 colors. If there is someone with amazing abilities who can see the color of luck, he will be bestowed with the technique of condensing luck into a brush. By condensing a brush of luck, one can carve a blue or even purple name on the tablet. Once the name is successfully carved, the cultivator's luck will be enhanced by the tablet. If the name is purple, then the success rate of becoming an immortal from the void fragmentation realm will be at least 10% higher than ordinary people. 10%. This probability was extremely terrifying compared to the 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming an immortal. From I Ching's point of view, if Ning Fan could condense a brush of luck, he could at least carve a blue name and raise his luck to blue. When one reaches the spirit-severing realm, his luck would be blue. If he had the opportunity, it might be possible to raise his luck to purple. This person had the potential to become an immortal and was worthy of I Ching's attention. Even though they were cultivators from the lower realm, they might still have the fate of Tao once they ascend. What does black mean? Ning Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. Purple luck was heaven-defying, but sadly, his luck was already tainted. The benefits of awakening the blood of Fu Li were not small, but the price was to taint his own luck. Rumor has it that those with black luck had no hope of becoming an immortal, but if the old devil could become an immortal, why can't I? The black luck is also known as the hopeless immortal ascension. This kind of luck requires the possessor to go against the heavens to cultivate. The path to immortality is bumpy, and the person's luck is extremely bad. The heavenly tribulation is extremely strong, and the probability of becoming an immortal is extremely low. The true devil inverse cultivator is already considered to be extremely difficult to become an immortal. As for the inverse cultivator who possesses the black luck, there is not even 1 in a million who can become an immortal. Fellow Taoist Tao is unable to obtain this luck. Even if you have the ability, I still don't recommend fellow Taoist to carve the black name. A Taoist child advised him with kind words. Unfortunately, his luck couldn't carve any other colors other than black. Many thoughts flashed across Ning Fan's mind. Judging from all the signs, the devil transformation that Dong Su mentioned was most likely referring to carving the devil luck with the brush of fate. The Fu Li awakening blood meant that one's fate had already darkened and one's fate had already changed. The evil fate was destined. Demonic luck couldn't be changed and there was no need to change it. As such, what he should consider was the 3 steps of mortal severing. 3 mortal severing steps. What are the 3 steps? Ning Fan asked. Fellow Taoist, the matter of carving your name and fate will have to be handled by Senior Sister Bailey. I can't make the decision. However, I can bring fellow Taoist to the 3 steps of mortal severing. These 3 steps might be slightly difficult for ordinary people, but they aren't that difficult. However, to fellow Taoist, I'm sure it'll be a piece of cake. The first step is called the 10 steps bridge. Every 10 steps, an illusion will appear. The Lord must not turn his head back. Crossing the bridge after 100 steps, the path of the past will become a stranger. According to the legends, this bridge was built by an immortal sovereign to establish his Tao. Those who cross this bridge will greatly benefit the mental state of a cultivator. Ordinary cultivators can take 15 steps a day and they can complete this bridge within 7 days. On the first 7 days, the illusions of this bridge will intensify and even divine transformation realm cultivators won't be able to break free from it. On the 14th day, even void refinement realm experts will be bewitched. On the 21st day, even void fragmentation realm experts will be in danger. There was once a void fragmentation realm expert who wanted to use the 10 steps bridge to resist the illusions and temper his mental state. In the end, he stayed on the 10 steps bridge for more than 21 days. On the 22nd day, he could no longer walk out of this bridge. In the end, he was devoured by the illusions. His Tao vanished and he died. I Ching introduced while leading Ning Fan through layers of clouds and arrived at a bridge made of clouds and mist. There was a monument beside the bridge named 10 Steps. Under the bridge, there was an abyss that was immeasurably deep. The body of the bridge was shrouded by purple mist. That purple mist could transform into many illusions. So this is the 10 Steps bridge. 10 steps and an illusion. Don't look back. Is this a farewell to the past? Ning Fan stood beside the monument and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The handwriting of the 2 words 10 steps was very familiar. He recognized it. This handwriting was almost the same as the one that wrote sending the monarch to death. This 10 steps bridge was actually built by the peerless true immortal who wrote the nameless ancient scroll. Ning Fan could not help but be shocked. According to I Ching, this 10 steps bridge was built by the immortal sovereign of the ancient era. Then, if the person who built the bridge was the same person who wrote the nameless ancient scroll, then the 4 words sending the monarch to death were written by the immortal sovereign. The immortal sovereign of the ancient era was the master of great emperor ancient chaos. He was the master of 1 billion worlds. The authentic handwriting of such an expert actually fell into my hands. I wonder if I can buy a rain world with the money I earn from selling those 4 words. Ning Fan slowly put away his expression. Fellow Taoist, please step onto the bridge and slay the mortal. I Ching said with a clear voice. The dense purple mist on the bridge formed a passageway for people to step on the bridge. At the moment when the purple mist dispersed, Ning Fan seized the opportunity and stepped on the bridge in 1 step. Standing on the cloud bridge, the purple mist disappeared. Ning Fan immediately felt a great immortal pressure pressing on his body. It was as if countless mountains were being carried on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move even half a step. The pressure of an immortal sovereign. Under this pressure, be it an immortal emperor or a mortal, all of them could only feel that they could not move even an inch. Ning Fan closed his eyes and no longer moved forward after a fruitless attempt. Traces of late spirit severing realm aura with blood-red light covered his entire body. At the moment when the blood-red light appeared, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He broke free from the immortal pressure and took the first step. I Ching's expression changed and he was secretly amazed. If he did not sense wrongly, Ning Fan's aura pressure was already at the late spirit severing realm even though he had yet to attain the spirit severing realm. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. The first step is usually the most difficult step for a cultivator to take. Those with ordinary talent can be stuck on the first step for several hours, or even days. But for this young man to take the first step in less than 10 breaths of time, there are no more than 100,000 divine transformation cultivators in the 4 heavens who can do this. However, I wonder how many steps he can take in a single breath after taking the first step. I Ching's eyes narrowed. Under his gaze, Ning Fan's toes touched the ground continuously and he took 9 steps in a flash. Each step forced the great momentum to turn into a sword, using the momentum as a sword to block the immortal pressure. I Ching knew that he could only take these 9 steps after breaking through to the late spirit severing realm. 9 steps to form a sword in a single breath. If he can complete the first 10 steps and summon the first illusion, he will be ranked above 10,000 among the hundreds of millions of spirit-severing realm cultivators in the 4 heavens. 9 steps was the limit of Ning Fan's heaven treading 9 steps. After the 9th step, the sword momentum would reach its peak. The heavy immortal pressure almost made Ning Fan breathless, let alone taking the 10th step. The words of the Tao child fell into Ning Fan's ears. It was obviously a compliment, but Ning Fan felt that it was harsh to his ears. Even if I can complete the 10th step in a single breath, it will only be the strength of 10,000 spirit-severing realm cultivators in the 4 heavens. There are so many descendants of fiend gods and outstanding youths in the 4 heavens, 10,000 is not enough. I don't know how many ranks my master obtained in the past. But it definitely won't be 10,000. The blood-red aura pressure shook violently, slightly dispersing the purple mist immortal pressure. Ning Fan made up his mind and took the 10th step. When he forcefully took the 10th step, the immortal pressure trembled. He felt a sweetness in his throat and almost coughed out blood. However, he did not want to cough or swallow this blood. Once he coughed out blood, his strength would collapse and the 10th step would be his limit. This child really can take 10 steps in one breath. 10 steps, 1 illusion. At this place, this child will face the first illusion of the mortal world. The first illusion usually represents this child's first death enemy, but I wonder what cultivation this first enemy will have. After 10 steps, a black-robed cultivator slowly appeared in front of Ning Fan. The 7 of them had an indifferent expression. Their faces were young, but their voices were hoarse and old. They were late harmonious spirit cultivators. Wu Dongnan, the outer sect elder of the Heaven Separation sect who captured Jihe into the all-pleasure school and wanted to use her as a cauldron. The first person Ning Fan personally killed. The Tao child's eyes were moved as he involuntarily exclaimed, "This child's first enemy is actually a late harmonious spirit cultivator." His expression changed not because of how high a late harmonious spirit cultivation was, but as the first enemy, this cultivation was indeed not low. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they still started cultivating as a mortal. The first person a cultivator killed was usually a mortal or a vein-opening junior. The first enemy was a harmonious spirit cultivator. If Ning Fan didn't break the taboo of killing after reaching the harmonious spirit realm, then he would have pointed his sword at a harmonious spirit cultivator. This illusion, it is not difficult for this child to break, but I wonder if he can continue to take the 10th step without stopping. If he can, then he can enter the top 9,000 of the 4 heaven spirit transformation cultivators. However, he can't do it. Just now, he barely managed to take the 10th step and almost coughed out blood. Ning Fan's gaze fell on Wu Dongnan's body with a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That Wu Dongnan was clearly an illusion, but it was very realistic. Even when facing Ning Fan, he still had a ferocious expression and spoke ruthlessly. "Ning Fan, you dare to kill me, you dare to kill me. If this matter is known by the Heaven Separation School's schoolmaster Wuxia, you will die for sure." Wu Dongnan's ruthless words were spoken as his mind gradually became sober. Only now did he notice that he had been dead for a long time. In this period of time, Ning Fan was no longer the 5th-level vein-opening junior that killed him that year. The Ning Fan in front of him had an unreachable aura, like an insurmountable mountain. However, because he was close to spirit transformation, his aura was almost concealed, so Wu Dongnan couldn't feel the fierceness of Ning Fan when he first saw him. But as the cold glint in Ning Fan's eyes rose, he no longer held back his pressure. The pressure of a late spirit transformation cultivator landed on Wu Dongnan's purple mist illusionary body, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of cultivation is this? Gold core. No, there is no gold core cultivator in you with such pressure. Could it be the legendary nascent soul realm? Yes, it must be the nascent soul realm. But, how is this possible? Ning Fan is just an ant, how could he reach nascent soul? This is impossible. To Wu Dongnan, nascent soul was a legendary realm. However, under the pressure of Ning Fan's blood-red pressure, Wu Dongnan was frightened to find out that the opponent's pressure was enough to make his purple mist illusionary body collapse. Every inch of the immortal vein shattered. His sea of consciousness turned into nothingness. It was as if his entire life's Tao intent was annihilated under Ning Fan's pressure. This is the power of a late spirit transformation cultivator Wu Dongnan, you plotted against Jiha that year. This hatred, even if I kill you, I will not forget it for generations to come. Die. The pressure shook and Wu Dongnan's body collapsed, leaving only his head on the bridge, staring at Ning Fan in disbelief. This illusion was called an illusion, but there was also truth within the illusion. This was the technique of an immortal emperor. True and false only required a single thought. Late spirit transformation, late spirit transformation. Wu Dongnan was scared silly. The two words, spirit transformation, was countless times stronger than nascent soul. To him, it was a legend among legends. The 11th step was taken by Ning Fan. With this step, his black hair grew longer and fluttered without any wind. His white robe turned pure black, and lines appeared on the left side of his face. This step crushed Wu Dongnan's head. Then, without stopping, he took the 12th step, 13th step. Ning Fan had created two techniques since he started his cultivation. One was the heaven-treading 9 steps and the other was the black current spirit dividing technique. The 11th step was not the end, it wasn't. I Ching's eyes were filled with shock. If he was not mistaken, Ning Fan's method of turning into a black shadow was the void fragmentation divine ability, the incarnation technique. With the help of the incarnation technique, Ning Fan easily reached the 19th step and then the 20th step. 20 steps in one breath. Once this person achieves spirit transformation, it will not be difficult for him to be ranked in the top 5,000 among the spirit transformation cultivators in the 4 heavens. The second illusion is usually the person that a cultivator wants to kill the most in their life but has yet to kill. I wonder what is the cultivation of this person's enemy. As soon as I Ching's words fell, his eyes were filled with shock. In front of Ning Fan, the purple mist condensed into a 10,000 zhang tall black-armored giant, revealing the astonishing aura of the 5th layer of void fragmentation. 5th layer of void fragmentation, Nirvana evil vein. The enemy that this person wants to kill is actually such an expert. Facing the 10,000 zhang tall giant, Ning Fan was as small as an ant. However, this ant's eyes were cold and fearless as he raised his head to stare at the giant. Han Yetian. How dare you? Do you think my name is something that a little ant like you can call me? Just you wait. 100 years is coming soon. Your master will die and you won't be able to escape death too. Ancient Devil Tao, breaking bones to create soldiers. The black-armored giant bit off his finger. Strangely, there was not a single drop of blood. The little finger was like a small mountain. The finger bone turned into black light and transformed into 100,000 devil soldiers. Each of them was extremely ferocious and had the strength of a peak gold core realm cultivator. 100,000 devil soldiers wanted to merge together. However, Ning Fan bent his palm and grasped the sea of clouds and sunlight in his palm, turning them into a dazzling golden spear. Ancient Devil Tao, breaking bones to create soldiers. 100,000 gold core realm cultivators are equivalent to 1,000 nascent soul realm cultivators and 10 spirit severing realm cultivators. When the 10 spirit severing realm cultivators merge, this technique can be broken before your bone soldiers merge. With a slap of his palm, the golden spear pierced into the 100,000 devil soldiers like an aurora. It turned into a shadow of the sun and exploded. This was the parting sun spear, a mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique. It was Ning Fan's first time using it and the body of the spear condensed in front of him. The power of this spear severely injured 100,000 gold core realm bone soldiers. With a sweep of his sword sense, the shadow of the black shadow attacked and 100,000 bone soldiers were killed. You fake Moksha sovereign, get lost. Ning Fan's gaze seemed to carry the heavenly might. Under his gaze, the black-armored giant collapsed. In the illusion, there were both fake and real. If Wu Dongnan leaned towards the real side, then the appearance of Moksha sovereign was naturally fake. I Ching was dumbfounded. If an ordinary spirit-severing realm cultivator encountered a second illusion of a void fragmentation realm expert, they would definitely have to wait for a day. After a day, the illusion would disperse and the purple mist would lessen. Who would really use a technique to kill an illusion and shatter a void fragmentation realm shadow with just a gaze? It seems like I have underestimated this young man. This young man definitely has the strength to cross the 10 steps bridge in one go. In the Four Heavens immortal world, he can be ranked within the top 1,000 spirit-severing realm experts. The reason why he is only ranked within the top 1,000 is because his cultivation base is still low. Once he reaches the mid-spirit-severing realm, he will definitely be ranked within the top 500. If he reaches the late spirit-severing realm, he will definitely be ranked within the top 100. If he reaches the peak spirit-severing realm, he will definitely be ranked within the top 50. I am not wrong. This young man is a genius. 21 steps, 22 steps. 30 steps. Ning Fan discovered that as long as he didn't stop and continued, the purple mist illusion would be the best nourishment for his state of mind. Just by destroying 2 illusions, his state of mind had already reached the early spirit-severing realm. 40 steps, 50 steps. 90 steps. One after another, enemies and good friends appeared. In the end, even Ning Fan's adoptive father, Ning Dainyu, appeared. He stood behind Ning Fan, shouting at the top of his lungs. However, Ning Fan didn't turn his head. Ning Dainyu was his adoptive father. Even though he was indebted to Ning Fan, he also had a grudge against Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan wasn't qualified to stop him. At the 99th step, Ning Fan stopped. Ning Fan used the power of his incarnation to cross the 10 steps bridge. However, when he was about to take the 100th step, he slightly stopped. Before he took the next step, a warm and nostalgic feeling rose in his heart. What kind of illusion would appear on the last step of the 10 steps bridge? From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan didn't stop, let alone look back. However, after taking the 100th step, he suddenly stopped. He could faintly feel that after taking the last step, the purple mist behind him turned into a woman. She stretched out her pale yellow sleeves and gently hugged his neck. Her breath was weak as she called out to him. "Child, my child. Remember. Your surname is Yun. Don't hate your father. He just forgot about us. When he remembers you, he will come to this place and bring you home as promised." At the moment when this voice resounded, Ning Fan felt as if a string in his heart was broken. This voice sounds familiar. It's Mother. After taking the 100th step, he could have left the 10 steps bridge and completed the first step of mortal severance. However, Ning Fan didn't leave. Instead, he turned around and looked back. Outside of the 10 steps bridge, Dao Child Iching's expression changed drastically. Whether it was a mortal or a void fragmentation cultivator, no one could turn back on the 10 steps bridge. Once they turned back, they would be invaded by the purple mist. They would be bewitched by the illusions and eventually be devoured by the purple mist. Fellow Daoist Ning, you can't turn back. You can't. I Ching's voice was too late. However, after Ning Fan turned around, his eyes didn't have the slightest trace of bewitchment or confusion. He turned back, but he didn't fall into the illusion. How is this possible? Since ancient times, no one could turn back on the 10 steps bridge without getting lost. Could this child be the first? How did he do it? On the 10 steps bridge, Ning Fan gently turned around and looked at the haggard and gentle woman in front of him. His heart felt warm. This woman was wearing a pale yellow robe. She seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old, but Ning Fan found her vaguely familiar. In Yun Ruowei's dream, he had seen a yellow-robed woman who looked similar to this woman. The only difference was that the woman in front of him was already a mother. "Child, my child. That woman lovingly stroked Ning Fan's head and her eyes were filled with gratification. Ning Fan slowly closed his eyes and smiled. So this is my mother. Having no parents, Ning Fan was strong since he was young, but there was still a flaw in his heart. That missing warmth was made up by his younger brother Ninggu, his master the old devil and his wife Jiha. But making up was just making up. If he had never experienced the kindness of his parents, he wouldn't be able to cut his mortal plane. Mother, you are still alive. That's great. Does this mean that I can still see my father and mother one day? Ning Fan pointed with his finger without using any magical power, but the yellow-robed woman turned into purple mist and dissipated. This illusion was similar to Moksha Emperor, it was more fake. The reason must be that his mother was still alive, living in a certain place. I used to hate cultivating Tao, but if I don't cultivate Tao, I will never be able to climb the sea of clouds, cross the 10 steps bridge and discover the truth that my mother is still alive. That's why cultivating Tao is the right thing to do. That's why I should cut my mortal plane. The word mortal plane is not to cut off my mortal heart, but to cut off the fragile heart of an ordinary person. Cultivation is not about magical power, but a strong heart. On the 10 steps bridge, if I don't turn my head back, I won't have to struggle. If I turn my head back without cutting off my insignificant self, I will sink into the illusion and be swallowed by the purple mist. The reason why I didn't get swallowed by the purple mist was because my heart was not confused. The moment I heard this voice, I made up my mind to turn my head back and see what my mother looks like. The word mortal plane is misunderstood by the world. Ning Fan turned around and stepped onto the 10 steps bridge. His words and actions were like raging waves in the eyes of the Tao child. Incisive. This theory of mortal plane was unprecedented and will never be repeated in the future. The world wanted to cut off the mortal world because of mortal plane, but they didn't know that the word mortal was referring to themselves. Congratulations Brother Ning for passing the first step of mortal plane. I dare to say that if Brother Ning was born in the 4 heavens, I'm afraid there would be less than 10 people who are as talented as Brother Ning. Even if you were born in the lower world, with Brother Ning's resolute Tao heart, it's only a matter of time before you ascend to the 4 heavens. I will wait for the day of Brother Ning's ascension in the 4 heavens. That day won't be far away. You're being too polite. Please bring me to the 2nd step of mortal plane. Before the two of them moved, a ray of purple sword light flew out from the sea of clouds. It was glowing with the shadow of a colored glass. On top of the colored glass sword shadow, a beautiful purple figure wearing a small robe and soft shoes were looking at Ning Fan with radiance. What a great theory of mortal plane. Bailey has seen many outstanding people, but it's my first time seeing someone like young master who turned his head on the 10 steps bridge. A ray of purple smoke came from afar. It was a pretty and delicate female cultivator in purple robes. Her lips parted slightly as she walked gracefully with a fragrant breeze. Her eyes were cold. Needless to say, it made people feel that she was aloof from the world. There were 2 purple stars on her forehead. Her eyebrows vaguely resembled Bei Xiaoman's. Bailey of the Lost World Palace greets young master. The lady in purple robes did not bend her body to greet Ning Fan. Instead, she cupped her fists valiantly. Her half-step void refinement realm cultivation base caused traces of void power to revolve around her every step. This lady is not far from breaking through to the void refinement realm. Ning Fan cupped his fists to return the greeting. This lady is from the Lost World Palace. Her surname is Bei. Could she be Bei Xiaoman's elder sister? Bei Xiaoman is the 4th young mistress of the Lost World Palace. Which young mistress is Bei Li? Ning Fan kept the Yuan Yao jade into his storage pouch discreetly. If this lady is really Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, he would most likely be in trouble if she sees the Yuan Yao jade. If this lady is really Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, Ning Fan would find it strange. Although they are both sisters, why is one so unruly and the other so well-mannered? The 2nd step of mortal severance is striking the bell to seek Tao. Striking the bell of samsara will clear your heart of mortal thoughts. Ordinary spirit-severing realm cultivators can only strike the bell of samsara 3 times at most. In the past, when Bailey was at the spirit-severing realm, she struck the bell 11 times. I wonder how many times young master can strike the bell. Bailey was in high spirits. She did not show any disdain towards Ning Fan because he was just a lowly cultivator from the lower world. In her opinion, the more insignificant a cultivator is, the more charming he is. Ning Fan secretly activated his mind-reading technique. This lady is really Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, the 3rd young mistress of the Lost World Palace, Azure Purple Sword, Bailey. She is 10 times gentler than Bei Xiaoman. Chapter 268. I Ching continued to guard the 3 Dao steels while Bailey led Ning Fan to the 2nd step of mortal severing. While walking through the sea of clouds and mist, Bailey asked Ning Fan some trivial questions about the lower world from time to time, trying to find out more about him. As the 3rd lady of the Lost World Palace, she naturally wanted to recruit such a talented person. However, Ning Fan was still indifferent when facing Bailey's questions. He only answered with a few words and was not willing to talk about it. When Bailey asked about the Lost World Palace in the Rain Immortal World, Ning Fan showed a blank expression, as if he did not know Bei Xiaoman at all. Ning Fan's eyes were as calm as water and as deep as a pool. He did not look at Bailey even though her beautiful face and elegant figure were enough to attract any man's attention. Bailey's eyes moved and she was secretly surprised. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan was not swayed by her beauty at all. It was enough to show that his determination was far beyond ordinary people. Even though she was a half-step void refinement realm expert, she could not see through him. It was enough to show how shrewd he was and how much he hid. This young man didn't hide his cultivation base. What he hid must be shocking. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the lower world. Young Master Ning came from the Rain Immortal World. He shouldn't be a nobody in this world. Why didn't Sister Xiaoman recruit him? Bailey was puzzled. If Bei Xiaoman had recruited Ning Fan on behalf of the Lost World Palace, she should have already given him a quota. Could it be that young Master Ning was recruited by the demoness of the Eastern Sea Heaven? Sister Xiaoman doesn't like cultivation. She cultivated the Gui vein but it was difficult for her to slay the red dragon. That was why she came to the lower world on behalf of Sister Shi and Sister Qing Han. With Sister Xiaoman's half-step divine transformation realm cultivation base, she is indeed not a match for that void fragmentation realm demoness. However, it seems that young Master Ning doesn't have a quota of the godly void pavilion in his body. Bailey was even more confused. A person who could turn back on the 10 steps bridge was not chosen by any forces. Why was that? Of course, Bailey did not know that when the demoness met Ning Fan, he was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. His yin-yang devil vein did not show any shocking potential. At that time, Ning Fan only relied on calculating the formation eye of the mortal void grand formation to attract the demoness' attention, but that was all. At that time, Ning Fan had just started cultivating not long ago. It would be ridiculous if he was given the opportunity to ascend to the 9 worlds. What Bailey did not know was that Bei Xiaoman would never recruit Ning Fan. She could not wait to tie him to a tree and whip him. She really did not want to recruit Ning Fan. Besides, she had already been counter-recruited by Ning Fan. Her Yuan Yao Jade had been snatched away and Bei Xiaoman herself was already half a step into Ning Fan's harem. Her chastity was really worrying. Ning Fan would not be stupid enough to tell Bailey about all of these. It would only bring him trouble for nothing. On the other side of the sea of clouds, a golden bell stood amidst the mist. It was as huge as the heavens and earth. Looking at the bell from afar, Ning Fan felt a wave of immortal might sweeping towards him, preventing him from flying away. He could only walk towards the bell step by step as if he was on a pilgrimage. Young master, take a look. This golden bell is the bell of reincarnation. It was also set up by the immortal emperor. It is said that before the primordial age, there would be a chance to listen to the Tao every 129,600 years. The immortals would ring the bell of reincarnation to wake up the immortal emperor. They would climb the lotus platform and wait for the immortal emperor's primordial spirit to descend and preach the Tao to the 1 billion worlds. Another immortal sovereign, Ning Fan, approached the golden bell step by step. His eyes were filled with astonishment again. It was rare for him to be so moved. He discovered that this gigantic bell that stood towering over the heavens and earth and controlled the cycle of reincarnation was too similar to the Eastern Ocean bell. However, there were also differences. Although they looked similar, if they were placed together, the Eastern Ocean bell was too small. Moreover, it was just a supreme-grade magical treasure, an ancient demon sacrificial artifact and a vessel that inherited the heaven-sealing technique. As for the gigantic bell in front of him, it gave people a direct feeling that its weight had reached a shocking level. This gigantic bell was heavier than the entire four heavens immortal world. No one could move it. That was why it was still in a deep slumber. No expert had taken it away. After engraving the Demon Codex, Ning Fan had already memorized the might-raising technique of the Eastern Ocean bell. He discovered that when he used the might-raising technique, he could faintly sense a strange connection with this gigantic bell. He could even absorb a trace of immortal might to slowly increase his own aura. This bell was built by the immortal sovereign. The Eastern Ocean bell is the inheritance of the demon ancestor. The immortal sovereign cultivated the purple chi while the demon ancestor cultivated the golden light. The two of them shouldn't be the same person. However, their bells are so similar. I'm afraid the two of them have a deep relationship with each other. The history before the immemorial era had long become empty. Ning Fan could only deduce some information based on the two golden bells. The moment his eyes flickered, it was caught by Bailey. A faint smile appeared on her cold face. "Young master, do you find this bell familiar? Have you heard of another golden bell that is similar to this one?" No, Ning Fan wouldn't tell her about the Eastern Ocean bell. "Young master, you don't have to deny it. Isn't the heaven-suppressing treasure of the Eastern Ocean heaven a golden bell? I suppose young master has heard a lot about it in the lower world. It's a relic left behind by the Eastern Ocean ancestral emperor. When you ring the gigantic bell, you won't get the sound of reincarnation. Instead, you will get the sound of killing. Heaven-suppressing bell." Ning Fan's expression didn't change, but he remembered Bai Li's words. Bai Li stopped 3 zhang away from the bell. She could no longer get closer to the bell. She pointed at the jade shelf beside her. On the shelf, there was a golden hammer that was 3 zhang long. The bell of reincarnation has the might of an immortal sovereign. Other than those who have become immortals, even void fragmentation realm experts can't get within 3 zhang of the gigantic bell. Therefore, there is a golden hammer here. You can use the hammer to ring the bell and the sound of the bell to cleanse your heart of mortal thoughts. Then, you can complete the second step of mortal severing. Bailey has already said before that an ordinary great cultivator who has broken through to the divine transformation realm can only ring the bell of samsara 3 times at most. However, Bailey has already rung the bell of samsara 11 times. "Young master, if you ring the bell less than 11 times, Bailey will make fun of you." Bailey's eyes flickered. Of course, she was just joking. She didn't mean any harm. It was because she had a faint feeling that Ning Fan wouldn't just ring the bell 11 times. Besides, she also didn't want Ning Fan to hold back. She wanted to see how deep this young man who had a cultivation base that was far lower than hers could hide. "Young master, please ring the bell of reincarnation." Bailey cupped her fists and slowly retreated, leaving the stage to Ning Fan. Ning Fan didn't ring the bell immediately. He just stared at the golden bell indifferently with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "The bell of reincarnation. This bell has a power that I can't understand. I don't know the methods of the immortal sovereign. Is this the expert who stands at the top of all the true immortals? My master isn't weak. Immortal Emperor Wan Gu isn't weak either. However, in front of the immortal sovereign, only Dao Kong is superior. How many times can I ring this bell? With a flick of his sleeve, the golden hammer appeared in his hand. The confusion in Ning Fan's eyes gradually faded away, turning into determination. The immortal sovereign was Luan Gu's teacher. Luan Gu could be considered as half of his teacher. Today, I didn't ring the bell to slay mortals. I just wanted to use this bell to remember the martyrs of the immemorial era. In the future, I want to stand at the peak of all the immortals. Dong, the golden hammer fell. The huge bell vibrated slightly, releasing a purple-golden sound wave that seemed to have substance. That sound wave was like a halo. When the bell was rung, the halo expanded until it stretched to 1,000 li. When that halo approached him, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He realized that the sound of the purple-golden bell had improved his mental state by a level. The profoundness of this bell made Ning Fan unable to understand it. That was why he admired the immortal sovereign's methods even more. That admiration turned into a trace of fighting spirit. He made up his mind to walk the path of Luan Gu and the immortal sovereign, galloping across the heavens and earth. The second ring. The third ring. The fourth ring. He said in a deep voice and swung the golden hammer. Dong! 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 The 3 rings of the bell seemed to have merged into one, turning into an even more dazzling purple-golden halo that extended to 4,000 li. With every ring, the sound of the bell could travel further and further until the immortal sovereign in the past heard it. However, 1 billion years had passed. The immortal sovereign in the past was no longer around. The immortal sovereign who listened to the Tao had also turned into dust, leaving behind only the inheritance of the fiend god. Vicissitudes. A trace of vicissitudes rose in Ning Fan's heart. And within that trace of vicissitudes, there was the true meaning of reincarnation. Dong that he rung the bell for the 5th time and it spread to 5,000 li. It was done in one go. Bei Li's beautiful eyes were moved. She had never heard of anyone who could ring the bell of reincarnation 5 times consecutively. Her eyes looked at Ning Fan's back in disbelief. Ning Fan's back gradually became more and more ancient. With every ring of the bell, his chi changed, as if he had become one with the sound of the bell. Even though he was thin and weak, his back gave Bei Li a feeling that she could only look up to him. It was as if the person standing in front of her was no longer Ning Fan but, the immortal sovereign. 5 rings were completed in one go but Ning Fan still did not stop. 5 consecutive rings was his limit. After pausing for a while, according to his estimation, it would not be difficult for him to ring the bell 11 times, barely ring the bell 14 times and ring the bell 19 times would be his limit. 5 rings of the bell would clear up his state of mind. He had increased his state of mind cultivation by at least 500 years. Ringing the bell of reincarnation was not only for severing mortals, but also for the remembrance of ancient chaos and the immortal sovereign. It was also an excellent method to improve his state of mind. Sovereign's shadow, appear. A golden shadow slowly emerged behind Ning Fan. The moment this shadow appeared, Ning Fan's chi rose sharply. A trace of monarch's aura rose in his eyes. Then, he rang the bell for the 6th time. Dong! This sound did not stop. Almost at the same time, another 5 rings of the bell sounded at the same time. 11 rings. In a single breath, Ning Fan rang the bell 11 times. However, he did not ring the bell for the 12th time. At this moment, his state of mind had broken through to the mid-spirit severing realm. At this moment, he suddenly saw a trace of an ancient scene from the bell of reincarnation. That scene was the reincarnation cycle, but it disappeared in a flash. In that scene, he caught a glimpse of a woman. Her face was blurred, like a paper crane. Before the woman disappeared, the purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. He saw the woman's face clearly, but it was not a paper crane. It was Mu Weiliang. She was sitting on a green rock, embroidering an embroidery in the herb garden of the celestial emperor. In the embroidery, there was a pair of butterflies flying together. Beside her, the shadow of a butterfly was dancing. When the scene disappeared, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. What is that scene? It's obviously a paper crane, but why is it Weiliang in the end? In the sea of clouds, there were the 3 steps of severing mortals and the heavenly Tao tablet. This sea of clouds was a small kiliacosm created by the tablet-wielding immortal emperor. This world was connected to the void world. In the void world, on the black tortoise planet, a bald and slightly chubby old man with white eyebrows was teaching the cultivators of the black tortoise planet. His eyes were slightly displeased because one of his most valued female disciples did not report to him when she received a message. Instead, she went straight to the cloud sea on her sword. One should know that the main reason why he came out of seclusion today was to teach the female disciple how to break through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. Li Er, you are really going to piss me off. You have failed to live up to my expectations. Bei Li was not only the 3rd young lady of the Lost World Palace but also the most valued disciple of the tablet-wielding immortal emperor, Meng Xuanzi. Meng Xuanzi's expression turned ugly. However, he heard a clear explanation from the guard of the Tao tablet. He said that there was a spirit-severing realm cultivator in the lower world and he saw his luck. That was why he asked Bei Li to guide that cultivator's luck. After hearing this news, Meng Xuanzi felt slightly better. If there was such a reason, it was reasonable for Bei Li to go to the cloud sea. With a calm expression, he began to teach the cultivators again. But at a certain moment, Meng Xuanzi's eyes widened with a hint of surprise. Second step of mortal severing. Someone saw samsara in front of the bell of samsara. No, it's just a coincidence. What this person saw should be the remnant image of samsara, but this person's chi seems a little familiar. Where have I seen it before? There was a hint of doubt in Meng Xuanzi's eyes. He did not remember that there was once a harmonious spirit realm cultivator in the lower world who accidentally entered the void world. Meng Xuanzi was the one who saved him. However, he still could not remember. It could not be helped. There were too many things to be done by an immortal emperor. Every time he taught the Tao, he would have to face millions of unfamiliar faces. It would be difficult for him to remember everyone. This old man should have seen this person before. He should have left a good impression on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered his chi. But, where have I seen it before? Meng Xuanzi hesitated. Chapter 269. Bei Li gently rubbed her chest. For the first time, her cold eyes lit up. 11 times. 11 rings of the bell. In a single breath, he would be able to ring it 11 times. Bei Li had already expected that Ning Fan would be able to ring it 19 times even if he risked his life. However, she did not expect that Ning Fan had actually comprehended the sovereign shadow of one of the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques and used the might of a monarch to resist the ringing of the bell. Without any preparation, her chi was disrupted by the continuous ringing of the bell. Bei Li calmed herself down and adjusted her magic power. Only then did she manage to calm her chi down. However, her breasts were still heaving up and down slightly. He has yet to attain the divine transformation realm, but he was able to condense the sovereign shadow. Moreover, he even used the incarnation technique on the 10 steps bridge. He has already comprehended 2 of the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques. What a monster! Ning Fan did not know that his actions had left a good impression on Bei Xiaoman's 3rd elder sister. He did not care about it. What he cared about was the afterimage that flashed across the giant bell in front of him. What exactly is that afterimage? It's reincarnation. Luo Yu's sleepy voice came from the yin-yang locket. Reincarnation? Ning Fan was slightly startled. Then, he thought to himself. Miss Luo Yu, you always wake up when I need you. That's right. I wanted to sleep a little longer, but your ringing of the bell is a little disturbing. The bell of samsara. I really miss it. I can't remember how many years it was when I rang this bell when I was at the divine transformation realm. Once I fall asleep, I will be forgotten by time. Luo Yu's voice was filled with sadness for a moment. Then, she immediately regained her spirit. My good little brother, are you already at the divine transformation realm? You managed to ring the bell 11 times in one go. That's really amazing. In the past, I only managed to ring the bell 10 times in one go, 10 times. Ning Fan was surprised. In that case, even if he summoned the sovereign shadow and borrowed the might of a monarch, he would only be slightly stronger than Luo Yu in the past. However, even I didn't manage to see reincarnation after ringing the bell 24 times. The bell of samsara contains the reincarnation power of the immortal sovereign. However, this is just a legend because no one can use this bell. You being able to see reincarnation is already shocking even if it's just a fragment. Of course, there might be others who have also seen reincarnation but they didn't tell others about it. So, I don't know. Do you want to see reincarnation clearly? You know another way? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. This Luo Yu could always come in handy at crucial moments. I know a little. It's just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not. After all, I can't walk within 10 meters of the reincarnation bell. I want to know. I want to see it time. Throw away the golden hammer and walk to the front of the giant bell. Strike the bell with your fist and sound the number of heavenly dippers and earthly fiends. 108 times. Of course, it is only a legend. No one has ever tried it. But you should be able to try. Big Sister has high hopes for you. I am sleepy again. There seemed like the sound of the window and occurred the sound. The sound. Luo. Li. Sound. Ning Fan remained silent. He looked at the bell of samsara and closed his eyes, recalling the image of the lady. It was Jihe, but she turned into Mu Weiliang in the end. What does that mean? Jihe, the prestige-raising technique was activated. Ning Fan opened his eyes and threw the golden hammer away. Bei Li was confused. Why did this young Master Ning stop ringing the bell after ringing it 11 times? Instead, he threw the golden hammer away. Does he want to end the second step of mortal severing with 11 strikes? However, young Master Ning had already rung the bell 11 times and his mental state had advanced to the mid-divine transformation realm. It seemed to be enough for him to execute mortal severing. However, there was a hint of disappointment in Bei Li's eyes that could not be concealed. After all, she was expecting Ning Fan to ring the bell 49 times, surpassing the number 1 divine transformation realm expert in the northern heaven, who rang the bell 48 times and become a legend in the northern heaven. Just as the disappointment rose in her heart, it turned into disbelief. It was because Bei Li saw that Ning Fan had entered within 3 zhang 33 m of the bell of samsara. Other than true immortals, who else can get close to the bell of samsara? How did he do it? 3 zhang 33 m, away from the bell, Ning Fan felt like he was carrying a mountain of immortal might on his shoulders. Just a single step within 3 zhang 33 m of the bell felt as if there were 2 mountains. Rise! Ning Fan's body was enveloped by a blood-red light. A vortex of aura force rose around his body. His eyes turned fierce as he used the heaven-sealing technique to devour the traces of immortal might. He did not take the second step but the aura force continued to rise. The late divine transformation realm gradually broke through the peak and reached the half-step void refinement realm. It was as if Ning Fan's aura force could not break through the void refinement realm due to the limitation of his cultivation realm. However, as he devoured the immortal might, his aura force gradually gained a trace of true immortal chi. His aura force no longer increased but it was slowly undergoing a qualitative change. The true immortal Qi entered Ning Fan's body and left a trace of purple Qi in his nascent soul. When the purple Qi rose, he suddenly realized that his luck was changing along with his aura force. The dark green luck was becoming darker, but the green color was also slowly turning into a pure green color. Moreover, as Ning Fan willed it, the dark green luck was automatically divided into black and green colors. 2 traces of luck. Ning Fan's heart trembled. After absorbing the purple immortal might, not only did his luck increase, but it was also divided into 2 traces. This kind of thing might not be believed even if it was said to others, but it was real. It was like a yin and yang fish fusing together. Ning Fan was shocked. He did not know whether this was because of the yin-yang locket or the benefits of the immortal sovereign's immortal might. In short, his luck was unprecedented. Why was the old monster's luck black? Could it be that he was schemed against and did not hesitate to pollute his luck? However, the result of his self-defilement was that his luck was extremely bad. He could not kill gold core realm cultivators, and there were treasures like jade royal grass and coiling evil grass in 7 Apricot City that he could not find. It was the yin-yang locket that floated in front of him, but he did not recognize it. He had failed dozens of times in concocting a 4th revolution Dan. The black luck avoided the scheme but still damaged itself. At this moment, Ning Fan's luck became special. Even the immortal emperor who controlled luck might not have expected that the black luck would have a chance to revive. Luck determined a cultivator's luck. At least, if one wanted to become a pill refinement master, his luck must not be bad. Otherwise, he would be like the old monster who failed every time he concocted a Dan. I am obsessed. Ning Fan's eyes became firm and he took the second step. Dong Su asked him to turn into a devil to avoid the scheme. But perhaps, he did not need to be so extreme and completely pollute himself. Dirty and clean, black luck and purple luck, good and bad, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, ice and fire. It might not be impossible to coexist. The yin-yang devil vein had the word combine, which meant merging and coexisting. He secretly activated the prestige ascension technique. The color of his luck changed even more. It looked like the black color was getting darker and darker, turning into pure black. It was not even dark green anymore. However, as long as Ning Fan willed it, the 2 kinds of luck would separate. The black color was still black while the green luck gradually turned blue. When Ning Fan was completely close to the bell of samsara, he placed his palm on the front of the bell and did the boldest thing in his life. He directly used the prestige ascension technique to absorb the immortal sovereign's aura from the bell of samsara. If it was an outsider looking at Ning Fan's luck, they would think that his luck was getting darker and darker, like a drop of black ink. Only Ning Fan knew that when the black luck was increasing, the other half of his luck was also increasing and slowly turning into a pure purple color. When his luck completely turned purple, the black color covered the purple color and no one knew about it. However, Ning Fan knew that his luck had returned. "Thank you." He said something strange to a dead object like the bell of samsara. Then, his fist turned jade-colored and landed a punch on the bell. Dong, the bell rang for the 12th time. Young Master Ning can actually walk to the bell and ring it with his physical body. Could he be a true immortal? 13 rings, 14 rings, 20 rings. 21 rings, 22 rings, 49 rings. The 49th ring could travel 49,000 li. Bei Li's heart trembled violently and reverberated non-stop. This ring made Bei Li firmly believe that once Ning Fan breaks through to the late divine transformation realm, he would probably be the strongest divine transformation realm expert in the northern heaven. A ring of the bell could cleanse one's mental state and improve one's mental state for 100 years. 108 rings of the bell could improve one's mental state by 10,800 years. His mid-divine transformation realm mental state gradually advanced to the late divine transformation realm, peak divine transformation realm and even the half-step void refinement realm. The bell of samsara did not increase Ning Fan's cultivation base, but it made his aura force, luck and mental state undergo a qualitative change. Dong! Ning Fan's last punch landed on the bell of samsara. The powerful rebounding force made him cough out blood. His blood splashed on the bell of samsara, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction because he saw samsara after the bell rang. However, his expression changed drastically at the next moment. The power of samsara was far beyond his expectation. It was even more untouchable than the spirit wander technique. It was as if a suction force had completely sucked his mind into the bell of samsara. Ning Fan knew that he was probably in real danger this time. The last ring of the bell resounded through the sea of clouds and echoed in the black tortoise star for a long time. On the vast black tortoise star, there were more than 4,700 cultivation countries and hundreds of millions of cultivators. At this moment, all of them raised their heads at the same time. All of them were puzzled. They did not know where the bell rang from. However, the moment they heard the bell, their eyes were filled with bewilderment and bewilderment. It was just like Ning Fan's expression when he saw the bell of samsara for the first time. The sound of the bell, however, made hundreds of millions of cultivators dazed for a moment. After they regained their senses, none of them could remember the strange incident that happened just now. It was as if a piece of their memory had been extracted out of thin air. Only Meng Xuanzi, who was an immortal emperor, managed to block the bell. Initially, he was puzzled and thinking about Ning Fan's identity. However, when the bell rang, he immediately stood up in shock and recalled something. 108 times of asking. It's the power of samsara. I remember now. This young man is that person. That young man from the rain world. That harmonious spirit realm cultivator had mistakenly used the true immortal technique to travel 10,000 li to spy on the young man of the black tortoise star. Now, in the sea of clouds, this young man had rung the bell of samsara 108 times at the divine transformation realm. If that was all, it was impossible for the bell's sound to travel millions of li across the entire black tortoise star. The reason why it could travel so far was because this person had activated the power of samsara within the golden bell. This young man has a monstrous aptitude. Meng Xuanzi's eyes flashed. With a step, he teleported across millions of li and appeared at the peak of the sea of clouds, landing beside Ning Fan. His evaluation resounded for a long time under the Tao preaching platform. No one could remember the strange bell sound. Millions of cultivators who were listening to the lecture were shocked. The tablet-bearer immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi, who was known for his eccentric and arrogant attitude, actually praised someone. Moreover, it was a terrifying evaluation. Monstrous aptitude. This was an evaluation that Meng Xuanzi had never given to anyone. Even the third young lady of the Northern Lost World Palace, Bailey, whom Meng Xuanzi thought highly of, had only given her a not bad aptitude. When he evaluated her, countless cultivators were curious as to who Meng Xuanzi was praising. However, no one would know the answer in the end. Meng Xuanzi descended from the sea of clouds. He stood under the bell of samsara and looked at the young man who was holding the golden bell with his eyes tightly shut. He did not disturb him. Bailey, on the other hand, was shocked. She quickly bowed respectfully at Meng Xuanzi. Bailey greets Master. May I know what orders you have for me? Leave the sea of clouds at once and go with I Ching. Leave this place to me. Meng Xuanzi ordered solemnly without further explanation. Only he, the tablet-bearer immortal emperor, could handle this place personally. Once the power of samsara in the bell of samsara goes out of control, the memories of countless cultivators in the sea of clouds and the entire void realm would be wiped away in an instant. Bailey could not stop it, neither could I Ching. The two of them must leave the sea of clouds as soon as possible. But Master, this young Master Ning has yet to reach the third step of the mortal severance realm. Bailey is still trying to guide him. Guide my ass. Little girl, don't tell me you've fallen for this person. Why are you still here? Don't worry, I'm here to guide him to the third step of the mortal severance realm. Bailey was confused. This was the first time she saw her master cursing. It turned out that even an immortal emperor would curse people, even countless star lords would find it difficult to meet Meng Xuanzi, who was a celestial emperor, let alone the attendants, mountain gods, or minor immortals and gods of earth. They could only meet Meng Xuanzi when he was teaching the Tao. Meng Xuanzi, who had such a high status, was personally guiding a cultivator from the lower world to complete the third step of the mortal severance realm and carving his name on the Tao tablet. No one would believe it if this matter was spread out. However, what happened in front of Bailey was the truth. However, her face turned red. She was still a little dissatisfied. She had just known Ning Fan for a short period of time. She was just helping him to achieve the mortal severance out of goodwill, but her master said that she had fallen for him. If it was in the past, Bailey would certainly talk back to her master. But now, she saw a hint of seriousness and even fear in her master's eyes. Master is afraid. What is he afraid of? Come to think of it, young Master Ning seemed to have rung the bell 107 times. Bailey was only worried because it was the 108th bell that had erased her memory. However, she did not know that this was samsara. Leave now. Meng Xuanzi said sternly. Yes, Bailey looked at Ning Fan deeply and felt pity. She did not dare to disobey her master's order. It was such a waste of this opportunity. She could have recruited him after he achieved the third step of the mortal severance realm and attained the divine transformation realm. She turned into a ray of purple sword light and left on her sword. She then informed I Ching to leave with her. In the end, only Meng Xuanzi and Ning Fan were left in the sea of clouds. Meng Xuanzi smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I have to help this junior of the rain world for the second time today. Samsara was a terrifying thing. Even with Meng Xuanzi's cultivation base, he was not qualified to peek into it. Ning Fan had yet to attain the divine transformation realm, but he had already peeked into the samsara. His current mind was probably devoured by the bell. This old man will do you a second favor by pulling your mind out of the bell. Otherwise, it's a small matter if you are devoured by the samsara power. If the samsara power goes out of control because of you, all the cultivators in the void world will have to suffer the amnesia of you. Immortal art, heaven peeking through dreams. Meng Xuanzi formed a hand seal and pointed at the bell. Traces of purple incantation changed and pulled Ning Fan's mind out from the bell, returning it to his body. As Ning Fan's mind was pulled out, the instability of the bell gradually subsided. Inside the bell and the illusion, Ning Fan could feel that his mind was being saved by someone. Slowly, he heaved a sigh of relief. I'm ashamed. I've gone too far this time. If it wasn't for someone who saved me, I'm afraid my mind would have been trapped in the bell with my own strength. If I want to escape on my own, I can only do so after comprehending the samsara inside the bell. However, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years I would need to do that. If I'm not mistaken, the person who saved me isn't Bailey. His cultivation base is a little terrifying. This chi is a little familiar. It seems to be the senior who saved me in the past on the Black Tortoise planet. If it's really him, I seem to have owed him two favors. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Since someone saved him, he might as well take this opportunity to have a good look at the afterimage of the reincarnation. He was dressed in white robes and shuttled through the palace. The medicinal chi in this place was extremely dense. It seemed to be a medicinal garden. The cultivators who came and went were either dressed as soldiers or palace maids. Each of their chi was at least at the divine transformation realm. There were quite a number of void refinement realm cultivators and void fragmentation realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. Moreover, there were even immortals whose chi was stronger than the void fragmentation realm. However, none of them could see him when they passed by him. This place was the afterimage of the samsara. It was the past. Ning Fan did not belong to this era. No one could see him and he could not change anything. Inside the medicinal garden, a ray of golden light soared into the sky. It was obviously a golden flame chariot. 9 demon souls were pulling the chariot. A golden-armored demon general was standing at the front of the chariot. Lu Wu. Ning Fan cried out involuntarily. This person was the person in Lu Daochun's painting. The golden-armored demon general seemed to have heard someone calling his name. He was secretly surprised and looked around in confusion. Then, he shook his head and mocked himself. I seem to be a little too nervous today, as if something big is going to happen in the heaven court. Looking at Lu Wu, who was patrolling the sky above the medicinal garden, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Lu Wu used to be the official in charge of the medicinal garden of the Heaven Emperor. Now that he is here, could this place be the heaven court of the ancient era? Step by step, Ning Fan walked into the medicinal garden. He remembered that the jihe he saw before was in this garden. Each of the tufts of immortal herbs was a precious herb that was more than 1,000,000 years old. Ning Fan could not even recognize most of them. However, he knew that if he casually consumes any of them, he would probably be able to break through to the void fragmentation realm immediately. He reached out his hand to pluck those immortal herbs. As soon as he touched them, they immediately shattered like glass. However, a moment later, they strangely reformed. This place was not a real place. It was just a remnant dream of the samsara. At the center of the medicinal garden, there was a green medicinal stone. The lady who was supposed to sit on it and do embroidery did not appear. Ning Fan sat on the green stone and waited quietly for the lady to appear. Jihe, Mu Weiliang. What else is in this place that I do not know? After sitting there for an unknown period of time, the sound of light footsteps suddenly resounded outside the medicinal garden. While walking, the person complained with a clear voice. I failed to enter the southern heavenly gate privately again. It's really not easy to go to the mortal world to have a look. Ning Fan raised his head and saw a young lady who was dressed like a maidservant walking towards him. Her small face was pure and innocent. Her eyes were clear and limpid and her hair was tied up in a bun. Jihe. Ning Fan stood up involuntarily. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you enter my father's medicinal garden? The young lady waved her fist at Ning Fan in dissatisfaction. Could it be that this young lady who looked exactly like Jihe could see Ning Fan? Ning Fan was secretly surprised. However, before he could say anything, a butterfly that was half black and half white passed through Ning Fan's illusory body and flew towards the young lady. It danced among the leaves of the immortal herbs. The young lady did not see Ning Fan. What she said was bold, as if she was accusing a butterfly, so, she can't see me. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. That's right. How could she see him? This is the remnant image of the samsara. What Ning Fan saw were things that had already happened, history that could not be changed. He retracted his expression and stared at the young lady carefully. The young lady waved her small hand and caught the butterfly in her hand. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Silly butterfly. Don't be afraid. I won't tell my father that you are stealing medicine here. Look at how scared you are. The young lady who looked like Jihe took a step forward. Within the brilliance, she turned into a face that was exactly the same as the female corpse. She was cold, noble and had an innocence that did not match her identity. Jihe's appearance and the attire of a maidservant were the disguise that she used to sneak out of the southern heavenly gate. Her real identity was the daughter of the Heaven Emperor, Mu Weiliang. Silly butterfly, come and accompany me to relieve my boredom. The heaven court is very lonely. Mu Weiliang gently sat on the green rock. She did not know that Ning Fan was standing beside her. Holding the butterfly in her hand, Mu Weiliang revealed a trace of fascination. The butterfly is a living being of the mortal world. How interesting. Could it be that a little butterfly like you flew up to the heaven court from the mortal world? What terrifying perseverance. So many void fragmentation realm cultivators failed to ascend to the heaven court, but you succeeded. You're really amazing. The butterfly flapped its half-black and half-white wings. Of course, it did not know how to speak. Aha! Since you can ascend to the heaven court, I will grant you a name. Let's call you Xiao Fan. The butterfly remained silent forever. Xiao Fan, I'm not in a good mood today. Talk to me. Mu Weiliang stroked the hair on her temples and muttered to herself while holding the butterfly in her hand. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. It was because he saw the butterfly in Mu Weiliang's hand suddenly turn around and face him at a certain moment. Its compound eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence and praise. It was as if it had seen the reincarnation that no one could see through and Ning Fan could not see through. That butterfly had really seen Ning Fan. With its thin, weak, and insignificant body, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.